I'm Phyllis Jackson. Thanks for joining us for Stay at Home Connect.
The federal government officially declares teachers as essential workers, saying the designation simply provides guidance and is voluntary. However, it calls on educators to return to the classroom even after possible exposure to coronavirus, as long as they remain asymptomatic. The state of Virginia is using a new technology in the hopes of containing coronavirus.
Virginia is proud to launch a new digital app called COVID Wise, COVIDWISE, that will be able to send you alerts if you've been in close contact with someone who tests positive. This app, COVID Wise, does not, I'm going to repeat that, does not track or store your personal information. It does not track you at all. It doesn't rely on GPS or your personal information. And while we want everyone to download it, it is voluntary. Instead, it uses the Apple-Google Bluetooth low-energy technology, which assigns random keys to positive cases. It uses those keys to determine if you've been in close contact with someone who tests positive for the COVID-19 virus and send you an alert.
AMC theaters open with 15-cent movie tickets and a Safe and Clean initiative.
We thoroughly enhanced our cleaning procedures and upgraded to HEPA filter vacuums and MERV 13 air filters. New electrostatic disinfectant sprayers are used in auditoriums before each showtime. All auditorium capacities are reduced to allow for social distancing. Masks are still required in the auditorium unless you're enjoying food or drinks.
Atlanta City Council member Carla Smith will join with officials from Invest Atlanta for the Summerhill Small Business Lending webinar later this month. If you are a Summerhill business owner, you will need to register. You can go to investatlanta.com and click on the Events tab for more.
Well, that's a wrap for Stay at Home Connect. Have a great night.
Can one girl in a small town, an architect in a major city, and a suburban high school coach shape the future of the United States? Yes, they can. Because every 10 years, the census gives us that power. You can shape your future by responding to the 2020 census. Where do we need new roads to make our lives easier? Where will new school programs help our children thrive? Where could a new health clinic benefit neighborhoods? The 2020 census will inform these decisions and shape how billions of dollars will be distributed to communities like yours each year. And in 2020, you can respond to the census online, by phone, or by mail. It's easy, safe, and important. Make sure you and everyone you know is counted. Now is the time for you to get involved. Your community needs you. Together, we can educate and excite, inspire and make sure every voice is heard. Together, we can shape our future.
Welcome to Stay at Home Connect. I'm Phyllis Jackson.
After 1 week of classes, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and Notre Dame switch gears, abandoning in-person learning for remote classes after hundreds of students and faculty test positive for coronavirus. The schools join a number of colleges and universities having to rethink their education strategies after COVID-19 outbreaks. The World Health Organization says young people are increasingly driving the spread of the virus. Officials say many are simply unaware that they are infected because they have mild symptoms or no symptoms at all, then pass it along to others, placing those with underlying conditions or the elderly at greater risk. Medical experts warn that the fall season could produce a collision of coronavirus and the flu, expanding the range of illness and placing an even greater strain on the healthcare system. Emory University infectious disease expert Dr. Rafi Ahmed is hopeful that a new type of flu vaccine will eventually be created, one with greater efficacy and lifespan.
Current influenza vaccines, which are quite effective, but there's room for improvement of these vaccines. And in particular, we would like to get away from immunizing people every year. We would ideally like to give a vaccine that's good for many years, 5 years, 10 years, maybe even longer.
Dr. Ahmed says the development of a universal flu vaccine would require a lot of new science. He says the goal would be one that would not only provide protective immunity against circulating strains, but also for strains that might emerge. The National Institutes of Health has been working on creating such a vaccine for a couple of years now. Meanwhile, experts from the CDC say it's important for everyone to get a flu shot this year. If you are a small business owner impacted by the pandemic and you want to apply for a small business grant, the deadline is fast approaching. For more on the Resurgence Grant Fund and the Strengthen Beauty Fund, go to investatlanta.com.
That's it for Stay at Home Connect. Have a great night.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matt Westmoreland. I am chair of the Community Development and Human Services Committee. I'd like to call to order our regularly scheduled August 25th, 2020 meeting. I am joined by colleagues Carla Smith, Michael Julian Bond, Vice Chair Antonio Brown, Nadalyn Archibong, Joy Shepard, Councilmember Amir Faroqi will be joining us in the next 15 or 20 minutes. We constitute a quorum. Ms. Fulidini, will you read our remote meeting statement, please? Ms. Fulidini?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Apologies. This Community Development Human Services Committee meeting is being conducted remotely as advertised and as in accordance with OCGA 50-14-1. The meeting will be conducted in conformance with Robert's Rules of Order and the Rules of Council as authorized by the City Code. The public may access the meeting by dialing 877-579-6743, conference ID 831-599-1256, which was noted on the August 21st public meeting notice. The public may also view this meeting on Channel 26, the Council's homepage at citycouncil.atlantagA.gov, the Council's YouTube channel, or the Council's Facebook and Twitter pages via @ATL Council. All presentations are available on the Atlanta City Council Community Development Human Services Committee presentation page. The agenda was published and made available on August 21st, 2020 via atlantacitygA.iqm2.com. In addition, the public was able to submit comments via voicemail at 404-330-6089 between the hours of 4 and 7 p.m. the day before this meeting. These comments will be played during the public comment portion of this meeting. All persons present on the remote council meeting conference bridge are requested to mute your phone and speakers. Additionally, speakers must be acknowledged by the presiding officer prior to speaking. Each council member is requested to open your Outlook email and minimize the screen. Amendments, substitutes, and informational documents have been distributed to committee members beforehand. Thank you all in advance for your cooperation.
Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, before we adopt the agenda, I'm going to propose a reordering similar to what we did last meeting at the request of a couple of different departments. So I'm going to make a motion to amend the agenda so that it'll read as follows. Adoption of the agenda, approval of the minutes. We're going to then hear the 3 items of public comment that do not pertain to item 20-R-4214. And then we're going to move into communications. Presentations. We have one scheduled presentation from the Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority. We are also going to hear briefly from the Executive Director of WorkSource Atlanta. And then we are going to proceed into the regular agenda, except for items 20-R-4267 and 20-R-4268 that pertain to Invest Atlanta. Then we're going to move into all held items, except for 20-R-4214. And then we're going to take up 20-R-4267 and 20-R-4268. And then we are going to hear the balance of our public comment, which will run us about 70 minutes. And then we are going to go into executive session. And then we are going to take up 20-R-4214. I promise I will guide us through all of that, and it will be less complicated than it sounds. And that is my motion, if I can get a second.
Second, Smith.
Second. Motion by Westmoreland, second by Councilmember Brown. Please open the vote.
One moment, please. And this vote will be to amend the order of the agenda item. One moment. Councilmember Westmoreland, it's not a problem. Could we make Councilmember Smith the seconder?
Sure.
For this, we just,
Yep.
I don't believe Councilmember Brown has signed in yet.
Okay. Motion by Westmoreland, second by Smith.
Apologies for the delay. Vote is open.
Mr. Oh, wait, where's Mr. Okay, Mr. Brown is going to be voice voting and he is present. So how do you vote, Mr. Brown?
Yes, affirmative, Council Chairman.
Thanks. 6 yeas, 0 nays. The agenda is
The host has joined the conference.
I will now make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second, Smith.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Smith.
No, what were you gonna say? I told you had a.
Mr. Brown, you are unmuted. How do you vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
The vote is open.
Well, almost. Mr. Bond, did you get a chance to vote?
Yes, I voted in the affirmative. It did show?
Did not, but I will make sure it does. 6 yeas, 0 nays. If we can add Mr. Bond to the yes column, that'd be great. There we go. I will now make a motion to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
Second, Smith.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Smith.
Vote is open.
Mr. Brown, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
6 yeas, 0 nays. The minutes are adopted. Next, we will take our initial 3 items of public comment.
My name is Unrique Jordan, given on the Spirit of Christ. I am the Lord, and there is none else. There is no God beside me. I exerted thee, though thou hast not known me. Isaiah 45:5. Drop down, ye heavens, pour down righteousness is a prayer for God to intervene in human history. The Lord preserveth all them that love him, but all the wicked will he destroy. Psalms 145:20. Jeremiah, when you work evil good, God will kill you. Jesus, teach me and others how to love you. If ye then being evil know how to give good gifts unto your children, how much more shall your Father which is in heaven give good things to them that ask him? Matthew 7:11. Evil sinful men are kind to their children. Therefore, how much more shall your heavenly Father delight to answer your prayer? They profess that they know God, but in works they deny him, being abominable and disobedient, and as in every good work reprobate. Titus 1:16. Titus is rebuke them softly. Jewish fables refer to Jewish myths, that is, legalistic error. Reprobate means depraved, unfixable, or wicked persons. Help us to fight in us, around us, and in others through the power of our Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you for listening and obeying Jesus with Christ-like women, men, and Christ-like children, have a Christ-like atmosphere. So that's what we need to come to stand in us. Obey Jesus.
Greetings to you, council members and staff, and special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, watching and or listening to your government in action. And always, city advocate, public policy analyst. I come today to continue my complaint about how the NPR9 syndicate is restricting citizen participation on the part of residents and stakeholders of Neighborhood Planning Unit R. On the average, fewer than 1% of eligible senior citizens and stakeholders within Neighborhood Planning Unit R can be found in attendance at NPUR meetings. The NPUR9 just won't reach out to the other 99%, despite available city supplied personnel and resources. To a meeting of Neighborhood Planning Unit R several months ago, came a group of citizens, including residents of a HUD-supported senior citizen facility, in an attempt to be placed on the agenda to air the concerns of citizens along the Campbellton Road corridor. That attempt was rejected by the NPUR9, as were two previous attempts. I asked this committee to intervene again, as it did a few years ago before the mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms, left Council District 11, to investigate all the complaints about Neighborhood Planning Unit R and hold a public hearing so that citizen participation along Campbellton Road can be enhanced. Since I'm making this request publicly, it's assured that we'll be receiving some pushback against those who are followers, supporters, and members of the NPUR9, as Nita Robinson, Paulus Clare, Ricardo Jacobs, Renette L. Scott, Alvis White, and Allison Hathaway, and the NPUR9 cohorts and supporters.
I am Brother Anthony Muhammad. I am an Aboriginal, Asiatic, ancestral, ancient, indigenous, Kemetic, Moorish, man who knows my cosmological order and frequency to nature. And I'm not a believer in Roman Catholic Church, religion, Christianity. In your scripture, the Bible, from Genesis to Revelation, not one person or human was born from a woman womb. May I meet your hotel? I say, and I say, so the community government and the members of this committee, we have carried time calling me people of the darkest hue. The majority of members of the constituency of Atlanta without a work in this city. You have resources, you have influence, which is for Rocky, Mr. Westmoreland, you young, the new council person. All you going to speak up as Reverend James Lawson did for the eulogy of John Lewis when he made a comment that he was the district representative for strategy for the SNCC organization that Mr. Lewis was a part of, who taught them strategy. And then in 2020, as you and I walked, marched from Ebenezer to the capital of Georgia, went on one knee in front of all these key statues. Is that in vain? We need you to speak up with your other colleagues, Miss Overstreet, and the other ones there before you got there, and find resources. The amount of workforce still is not being actively represented interest for the money that's been allocated for that budget. We need help You have people all over the city of Atlanta on the street, and the majority look like Brother Anthony Hunt. It's not about this is you. It is about justice and fairness according to the Constitution of the United States. 1866, the 14th Amendment, Section 1918 specifies whatever good that Caucasians have, we all who are dark as you to have the same benefits and rights. So I ask you, collaborate with those persons that look like myself and yourself. Make it happen. May I?
Thank you very much for your public comments. Next up, we will move to communications, item number 1, and then we are going to take items 29 and 30 as well.
Item number 1, 20-C-0068, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms appointing Mr. Joshua Humphreys to serve as a member of the Housing Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years.
Mr. Humphreys, if you would introduce yourself to the committee and speak a little bit about why you'd like to serve on the Housing Commission. Mr. Humphreys, are you there? Ms. Puladini, do we have any idea if he's on the line but muted or not here?
Looks like he hasn't dialed in. Would you like to take up the other communications and come back to his?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, ma'am. Why don't we go ahead and take item 29?
Okay. Actually, we have item number 12 first, which is 20-C-0034. A communication from Councilmembers Dustin Hillis, District 9, Andrea L. Boone, District 10, Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, Joyce M. Shepard, District 12, and Andre Dickens, Post 3 at large, appointing Ms. Karen Culligan Hudson to serve as a member of the Atlanta Reproductive Justice Commission.
Thank you much. Ms. Hudson, would you introduce yourself to the committee and talk a little bit about your service on this commission?
Well, it looks like she's not on the call either.
All right. Well, I know Ms. Baldwin and Ms. Grant are, so let's go take items 29 and 30.
Steve, item number 29, 20-C-0060, a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Administrator of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the Board of Education's appointment of Ms. Areta Baldwin to the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years.
Ms. Baldwin, please introduce yourself to the committee and talk a little bit about why you'd like to serve on this advisory board.
Hello, greetings. My name is Areta Baldwin, and thank you for this opportunity. I am the District 2 representative on the Atlanta Board of Education, and I represent a district that's seeing a lot of change, and a lot of that in part due to the West Side Trail and its development. And I'm reminded of the rising cost of living and the need of affordable housing daily. I see the cost of housing rise. I see my neighbors get bought out. I see new neighbors being priced out. I get calls and texts and mail correspondence of some sort daily of someone trying to buy my house. Similarly, I get calls and texts from mothers in the district whose landlords aren't up to code or who have decided to sell or simply aren't renewing their lease. Either way, they have to move, and affordable options in the neighborhood and in Atlanta as a whole are shrinking. This then also contributes to high mobility rates that we're seeing in some of the schools in my district, meaning that we've got a large number of children that are either enrolling or unenrolling, within a year. Some of my schools are seeing rates as high as 40%. So being a part of this advisory board and would allow me to be a part of the solution, and it'll allow me to lend a perspective and voice to help address the problem head-on solutions through the Beltline Affordable Housing Board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. You have done an excellent job of explaining why housing affordability and a housing opportunity bond is more important now than ever. I'm going to make a motion to approve your appointment, Ms. Archibong.
I hit the button.
Okay. You want to second my motion?
Okay. Second.
There. Appreciate it. Motion by Westmoreland, second by Archibong.
Vote is open.
Mr. Brown, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
All right. If everybody could mute their phones, that would be appreciated. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Appreciate your willingness to serve. Ms. Fulidini, will you read the next item?
Well, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Go for it.
Yeah. I was hesitating, but I wanted to just reinforce the fact that when we set the millage rate and when we go through budgets annually, we get a lot of pushback or concerns around the percentage of that bill that's from the Atlanta Public Schools. And so as we look at how taxing is impacting who gets to stay and who fails and who is challenged to stay in the community, I would ask Ms. Baldwin to be sensitive to that. That's all.
Message received. Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
There we go. Ms. Fulidini, item 30.
Yes, 20-C-0061, a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Administrator of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the Board of Education's reappointment of Ms. Leslie Grant to the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on May 16, 2020 and expire May 15, 2022.
Ms. Grant, can you introduce yourself to the body and talk a little bit about your service?
Sure. Thank you. My name is Leslie Grant. I've served for 6.5 years in a few months on the Atlanta Board of Education in the District 1 representative position, which overlays City Council Districts 1 and 2. And I have been on VAHAB as a member of this advisory body for, I think, 4 years now, maybe 5. And currently serve as the vice chair of the committee and have been actively engaged and interested because there are similar demographics and conditions that Ms. Baldwin just laid out in District 1 as well, which includes the Old Fourth Ward and just areas that are turning and burning and building and expanding at all crazy levels. And many of them around the Beltline, and being able to have a little bit of input and understanding about what and why the decisions are made to build certain things. Those decisions aren't the advisory boards, but giving advice around how those funds that come from the bond should be spent is part of the duties of they have. And just proud that the last term, one of the big decisions that we were able to give advice on that was about trying to invest in property and land rather than developer incentives. So it's a very complicated issue. There are many moving parts to this. I'm grateful that the House ATL came together to discuss the issue, and certainly for Terry Lee and her work since she was appointed as the over housing. And just I think it's very important to have folks who are in the know paying attention. And as Councilmember Archibong pointed out, having some cross the street understanding, as it were, between the city and the school system and how those things interact. So there are very few electives on this board. I think it is important to have that voice, and so I'm grateful to be serving on this, and appreciate the reappointment if you are so inclined.
I am inclined. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, Brown.
A motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown, and a comment from Ms. Smith.
Oh, Well, I was going to make the motion, but I also want to say that Ms. Grant is the school board member for District 1, so she is actually my school board member. She does a great job on this committee. She does understand all the issues, so I was going to be happy to make the motion, but it's been made, so I'm happy to vote in the affirmative on this motion. Thank you.
All right.
The vote is open.
Seven yeas, 0 nays. That item is adopted. Thank you very much, Ms. Grant.
You are welcome, and I would love to reach out to Councilmember Archibong, and maybe we could host a Zoom call with interested folks around the whole taxing issue and what could be done about the homeowner property values. Would be if you're interested in having that conversation. Thank you all. Appreciate your leadership.
I love you for that. Thank you.
This is our deal. Thank you.
So much love between the city and APS. It's a great Tuesday. All right. Ms. Daniel, I believe we have Mr. Humphreys and Ms. Hudson are now on the line. If you've already read in number 1, but you can read it in again if you'd like.
Okay, 20-C-0068, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms appointing Mr. Joshua Humphreys to serve as a member of the Housing Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years.
Mr. Humphreys.
Hi, everyone. Sorry about that. I was dialed into the public line and didn't realize it until I started talking and no one could hear me. So thanks for being patient with me.
No worries at all. Just a quick introduction and why you'd like to serve.
Sounds good. So I'm Josh Humphreys. I am the director of the Office of Housing and Community Development in the Department of City Planning. I've been serving first as interim and now as the full-time director for the last 9 or 10 months at this point. And I'm really interested in the opportunity and excited to have the chance to be a part of hopefully the Housing Commission. I believe affordable housing in the city is obviously a critical question of our day and what the future of Atlanta looks like, and our ability to have a city that is affordable for any resident who wants to live here is important. And the inequalities that we see today in many ways are a product of housing policies in our past that have made city an unequal place to live. And so thinking about how this commission can look at policies and solutions and interventions that can make a tangible impact on the city's future and the present so that we can make Atlanta a more affordable place to live and work and thrive. And so I think it's a wonderful group of people across a bunch of different organizations and thoughtful folks that have been working in housing policy for a long time. And I would love to have the opportunity to join them and think critically about what the future of housing looks like in Atlanta and how we can make it a better place to live.
Awesome. Thank you very much. If there are no questions or comments from colleagues, I will make a motion to approve.
Second, Brown.
A motion by Westmoreland and a second by Brown.
The vote is open.
And closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Humphreys.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Next up, item 12, Ms. Hudson.
Yes. 20-C-0034, communications from Councilmember Seston Hillis, District 9, Andrea L. Boone, District 10, Martha Collier Overstreet, District 11, Joyce M. Shepard, District 12, and Andre Dickens, Post 3 at Large, appointing Ms. Karen Culligan Hudson to serve as a member of the Atlanta Reproductive Justice Commission.
Ms. Hudson, could you introduce yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
Great. I'm sorry, I was on earlier when you called me, but I couldn't unmute my phone.
Oh, that's okay. I appreciate you sticking around. Can you just tell us a little bit about yourself and your desire to serve on this commission?
Yes, thank you. I've been actively involved in reproductive rights issues since 1986, when I became one of the founding members for APAC, Atlanta Pro-Choice Action Committee. We started because of the Operation Rescue Clinic blockades that were happening around the Democratic Convention. And so our purpose then was in assisting women into getting past the protesters and into clinics. And then at, in 1996 to 98, I was working at Feminist Women's Health Center as a counselor and also handling client intake. And at that time, I was approached by one of my coworkers. She had a client that was going to have to be turned away because she didn't have someone with her to be a driver. She was a young woman who had driven by herself, a college student from South Carolina. And she thought maybe she could just get a hotel room and pay for a cab, and that wasn't going to work. So one of my coworkers asked me if one of our APAC members might be willing to serve as a volunteer and drive her. And I said I would do it. And so instead of her being in a hotel, I had her come to my house. I was off the following day, so I worked as her driver, and she stayed over another night just to make sure she was okay to drive back to South Carolina. And it was that sort of then changed the focus of APAC to helping women who didn't have resources, money or a driver or a babysitter, so that they would be able to access reproductive services, as was their choice. And we continued doing that and raising money and being a member of NAF, the National Abortion Federation. I was very proud to be chosen as the first recipient of the Margie Pitts-Hames Advocacy Award that was presented by JRAL, Georgia Abortion Reproductive Rights Action League, back in '95. I've been active and an organizer in reproductive rights for many, many years, and it's a cause that I feel very involved in and is very important to me.
Well, thank you very much for your willingness to serve. Mr. Hiroki joined us a bit ago and helped establish this commission, so I will let him make the motion if he is so inclined.
Thank you, Chairman Westmoreland. Motion to approve. And thank you for being willing to serve.
Thank you.
So we've got a motion by Hiroki, which I will second, if we can open that vote. Ms. Shepard, and I've been asked by the staff to record your vote by voice on this one and then to confirm your yes vote on the three items that we've taken so far. So how would you like to vote on this item and then
Yes.
confirm your yes votes on the last three?
Yes, I didn't get a vote on the last three. I'm surprised because it showed yes on my. Okay.
Yeah, I do see your name here. Well, okay, we will.
Okay.
We appear to have
All right.
technical stuff. All right, so Ms. Shepard is a yes. Mr. Brown, how would you like to vote?
Affirmative.
Good deal. So the vote is closed, and that should read 7 yeas.
Did I
0
vote or
nays.
not? This is Archibald. Archibald wanted to vote yes.
All right, Archibald has voted yes. Brian has voted yes. For Hiroki, Smith, Bond, and Westmoreland, and we're missing Ms. Shepard's name again. There we go. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is adopted. Thank you very much, Ms. Hudson.
And I want to say I really look forward to working again on this commission with Mabel. She and I have been partners in crime, so to speak, on many of these occasions around reproductive rights.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for all your work and for coming today.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, next up on our agenda are presentations. Before we get to our update from the Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority, I asked the administration to come and provide an update and then answer any questions that folks may have in light of recent news reports around the tech hire grant that was awarded to the city back in the summer of 2016. It has been a frequent point of conversation of this body over the last 15 months since the Department of Labor froze that grant. you all may remember that we received a note from WorkSource Atlanta in early July after they received word from the Department of Labor that the extension we had requested had been denied and that the remaining funds were going to be taken back. And so Mr. Keene or Ms. Taylor, I will hand things over to you for any update that you would like to provide.
You wanted to say something?
Yes, please. If you could provide an update on the last messages that we received from the Department of Labor and any other next steps that have taken place or will take place in the future.
Okay, thank you. So right now, just to kind of iterate what we sent earlier, we did have an extensive conversation with the Department of Labor, and we provided to them a full plan of how we would spend down the money in its entirety. However, we were placed on drawdown restrictions in July 2019. So after we had the conversation with the Department of Labor with our plan of action, they came back and still denied our request to extend the grant. At this point, it's up to them to provide a closeout procedures for the grant, and we are still waiting for those closeout procedures. We have been in contact with the Department of Labor to find out when we'll get that information, but they have yet to send it and did acknowledge that they have not sent that information to us as of yet. We do know, and that was put in a memo to you all as well, that it was a $4 million grant. However, we only spent about $300,000 or more of that grant. They will let us know during the information they send out for the closeout if there are any disallowed costs and what those disallowed costs might be. So to be clear, we were granted $4 million, but we only spent $300,000 of that.
Okay. Mr. Brown, I know you have a question or comment. Colleagues, if anyone else has anything else that they'd like to say or ask, please press your speaker button, and then I have one comment to close this out. Mr. Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Taylor, I just want to say, you've done a phenomenal job on WorkSource Atlanta, and, I was just thinking as you were talking about the several conversations we've had where you were fighting to try to save this grant at all costs. And we had spoken and you said it was a chance that we would not be able to save it. And you just continued to fight to ensure that we could do whatever we could to try to get this back on track. And I just want to commend you for that, because it's that relentless passion in the work that you're doing that's going to allow WorkSource Atlanta to get back to where it needs to be so we can create workforce development opportunities for our constituents and really create an equitable opportunity in Atlanta as a whole. I do have one question for you. I wanted to find out about the potential disallowance based on the little over $300,000 that's already been expended. What do you see as the strong likelihood that some of that will be disallowed? And if so, what do you anticipate that amount being? Or do you think we shouldn't run into any issues there?
I wish I could tell you how much I anticipate the amount being. And working with DOL and talking with DOL, my goal and hope is that we can negotiate some of that, just to be realistic and set expectations. There may be some that we'll have to pay back, but I don't know what that amount will be. And we certainly will want to negotiate and provide, again, proper documentation of how we spent the funds. So I wish I could tell you an exact amount, but I won't know until they provide the closeout documentation for us.
Okay, and thank you for that, Ms. Taylor. And then my final question, can you tell this body, I know we've personally had a conversation around this, but could you tell this body, because even though we're losing this grant, there are other federal grants that we have in motion that will be able to still continue to push the work forward in which this grant was intended for initially.
Yeah, absolutely. And Councilmember Brown, I appreciate the opportunity to actually share that and you bringing that up because I know something that's very important to you is our homeless initiative, and we had a homeless grant that we almost could have possibly lost as well, but we were actually able to spend down the entire amount of the grant this June. And through that grant, we were able to pay more than 60 homeless participants in that grant $300,000 in payroll costs. So we actually paid that amount of money to them as payroll in addition to another $10,000 in supportive services. So that's, great things that are happening, even though this is, kind of a cloud over workforce. And additionally, we just got an emergency grant, a COVID emergency grant for $550,000. So we're continuing to be diligent and to be thoughtful and really focus on our participants and what they need. And so that's important to me and it's important to my team. And while we have so many more stories we could share, too many to share on this call, but what I've seen over the last 10 months are triumphant illustrations of the resiliency of the people here in Atlanta. And it's been humbling, but I'm very proud of the work that my team has done and how we've helped serve people in light of, this new story.
Absolutely. You've done an incredible job. Your entire team has, and I stand behind you, and I'm sure council stands behind you as a whole. And we appreciate all of the work that you and your team are doing every day to fight for our constituents.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, if no one else has any other comments to make, I'll add a couple of my own as we close out. We spent a lot of time in this committee talking about income inequality and social mobility, and more recently about high-quality middle-wage jobs. And we'll get to a presentation from Invest Atlanta later about their new strategic plan that's honed in on all of the pillars we've been spending a lot of time talking about. And, what has happened is unacceptable. And all of us who are here and have been here over the last 2.5 or more years are own a piece of that. And I want to be clear about that. I also want to be clear that Ms. Taylor started in this role on October 28th, 2019, several months after we had already been frozen for this particular grant. And when this committee set goals at the beginning of this year, they were to create a clear, transparent, and efficient process to ensure current and future grants are effectively utilized to the highest and best use, including timely spend downs by grant deadlines, and to recruit and hire high-quality staff to fill key vacancies. And the presentations you've made to this committee since your arrival, whether it was the new deputy that you've hired or your new chief financial officer or the spend downs that you've been relayed to us, I think show a shift in this organization. I have great confidence in your leadership and the work of your team. And while this is painful and something that absolutely should not have happened, I think it's a remnant of a very troubled past that we are all working hard to move away from and in a new direction. So I wanted to say thank you to you individually and to the folks on your team who are working hard to move us in a new direction, and I feel that we are headed in that direction. Dr. Bong.
Yes, and I'm sorry I couldn't hit my speaker button fast enough. And I wanted to ask, sort of related but sort of not related, another question, and that's about the, they've been dubbed the Atlanta Water Boys. I wanted to ask Ms. Taylor if she sees a role within her agency to provide some assistance, training, interns, or whatever for these young people.
Councilmember, absolutely. I do believe that, one, not only do we have the resources to support some type of training program or some kind of work experience program, I think we should be involved in those conversations. I was a part of the committee that the mayor appointed, and so
our goal is just to make sure that our resources are available, and however we can be of assistance to them, to the mayor's office, and providing training. We want to be able to do that because we have the resources and we can do that.
Is it necessary for the parents to be engaged, or can it just be the young men come as a client on their own? Is there an age restriction?
So yes and no. So we have several different categories. So if they're under a certain age, we would have to have their parents, parental engagement, because there's paperwork that must be completed for us to deem them eligible under our WIOA guidelines. If they're 18 and older and we don't consider them youth, if we don't consider them youth at 18 and older, we don't necessarily have to have parental engagement. So it would just be how we classify them under our categories. Mm-hmm. So yes, so some of them should be able just to come directly to us. They may be, students who could have dropped out of school, didn't finish school, maybe need a GED. They can come directly to us. For those who are under 18, we definitely would need parental engagement. But we will work with parents and APS if we needed to.
Okay, and then the parental engagement is paperwork that needs to be signed off on for the most part.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. I'll follow up offline with some additional questions. Thank you very much, okay. And I echo the sentiment expressed by Mr. Westmoreland. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your leadership. I appreciate you all. Thanks.
All right. Next up, colleagues, on our agenda is a presentation from the Atlanta-Fulton County Recreation Authority. Mr. Stewart, are you there?
Can you guys hear me?
There we go. Yes, sir.
Perfect. Well, thank you for having me. I'm Kerry Stewart, Executive Director for the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority. We also are known as the Authority, or AFCRA. And I do believe this is our first time presenting to this committee, so I thought it would be beneficial to give an overview, slight history, where we are today, and then cover off on a couple items where I think we complement your committee. So for slide 2, AFCRA is a state-created authority established by the state legislature in 1960 with House Bill 999. Now, mind you, this was prior to any professional sports teams in Atlanta, so it was prior to the Hawks, the Falcons, or the Braves. And AFCRA was created to acquire, construct, equip, maintain, and operate athletic facilities and related facilities in connection with athletic stadiums, recreational centers, athletic fields, clubhouses, and gymnasiums for events related to sports, religious, political, musical, educational, and other recreational purposes. So established in 1960, by 1966, Fulton County Stadium was built, and that's where the Braves and Falcons played their home games. And by 1968, the Hawks moved here from St. Louis and played out of the Alexander Fieldhouse over Georgia Tech until 1972 when the Omni was built. This office was instrumental in the bond issuances for those stadiums and arena. So primarily today we do asset management, bond issuances, and sometimes new construction or reconstruction. The assets under my control are State Farm Arena, Zoo Atlanta, Gateway Parking Deck at Grant Park, John A. White Park Golf Course, Fanplex, which is located at 768 Hank Aaron Drive, parking lots and billboards surrounding Old Turner Field Stadium, and the Stadium Neighborhood Community Trust Fund. On to the next slide. AFCRA is governed by a board of directors, and we have 9 board of directors. 6 are appointed by the mayor of the city of Atlanta, and 3 are appointed by Fulton County. We're led by Chairperson Kay Whitner, Vice Chairperson Michael Green, Treasurer Commissioner Bob Ellis. Other members are Commissioner Marvin Arrington, Michelle Faulkner, Kathy Hampton, Commission Chairman Rob Pitts, and Ronald Sims. Staff, we have 3 people, myself as Executive Director, Vivian Kerr as Executive Assistant, and Martel Ellick as the Superintendent at Fanplex. And I didn't go next slide, but our offices are located in State Farm Arena at 1 State Farm Drive. And how I see my office intersecting with your committee is in 2 areas. One is direct community investment and the other is indirect. Under direct, we make investments in park and recreation. On the parks, as I mentioned, Johnny White Park Golf Course is one of our assets. I asset manage it. First Tee of Metro Atlanta operates it, and they operate the golf course, and they offer their youth programming under their First Tee flag. We make investments to assist them with the operations, course improvements, and also to assist them with their youth programming. Zoo Atlanta is one of our assets. We do additional investments there to help them with their safari summer camp and visitor exhibits. Cascade Nature Preserve, in 2019, we participated in the funding of the boardwalk installation, which raised part of the trail over the wetlands, and also at Princeton Lakes to install lighting and security cameras to make it safer for patrons to use. Under recreation, I'll highlight a few. We made investments with the Atlanta Bicycle Coalition, and their organization that is centered around promoting bicycle and pedestrian safety around the city. They have a program that gives bikes to families once they finish their training on learning how to ride and the safety rules of riding. And we also funded the Atlanta seniors in their trip to the Senior Olympics in Albuquerque. We funded the airfare and bus transportation. And on to the next slide. The other areas that we intersect, I think, is indirect investments, and we do that through the Stadium Neighborhood Community Trust Fund. This committee was established as a result of the selling of Turner Field, and it represents the communities of Summerhill, Peoplestown, Mechanicsville, Pittsburgh, and portions of Grant Park. It's an 11 committee, had to have 11 members. It was established in 2017, and they receive grant requests and choose the ones as a committee that they would like to present to City Council. City Council then approves it or doesn't approve it. The ones that approve are presented to me. I make sure that all the paperwork and documentation is in order as far as make sure they have the proposal, the budget, the insurance documents, and I make distributions from the fund. Originally, the fund was $5 million in 2017. The balance today is $4.4 million. Total spent this year is $539,000. And I would like to highlight, I show a couple of the projects that were funded. The last 2 here, Chris 180 and Emma's House. I just wanted to bring it to your attention because I thought it was great that we had this fund to fund these 2 initiatives because they're related to COVID and emergency issues with some of the constituents in those neighborhoods. So it's great that we were flexible enough, the fund was flexible enough to be able to contribute to that. And so that's an overview and up to date to what my office does. And that ends my presentation. I'm open for any questions.
Awesome. Thank you very much. This was the first time that Africa has come and presented, so I appreciate you being willing to do that and to talk to us a little bit about your operations. Any questions or comments from colleagues? All right. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, Mr. Bond.
Thank you.
Oh, don't leave quite yet.
I'm here.
Council member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for your presentation. I guess my question is, what is the future of AFRA, of the Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority? You all do manage some facilities, and what is the future vision for the authority now that the Braves have moved slightly out of town? We don't have that major facility to manage. What is the vision going forward for the authority? And I have a follow-up question.
So the landscape forever changes. So Gateway Parking Deck, a few years ago wouldn't have been on the to-do list for this office, and it is very fitting to be here. So when that came up, it fell into this lap. We are making upgrades to Johnny White Golf Course, so that's coming up in the future. And we have several things that we're studying, like investments or not into esports. And some of those, like that, is put on hold pretty much because of COVID. Other than that is to continue to maintain the assets that we have and make sure they are running efficiently.
Have there been any consideration? I know you all operate the parking deck at Grant Park. One of the great things about a lot of our communities is that they're adjacent to a large park. One of the bad things is that because these neighborhoods are adjacent to these parks, there seems to be a deficit or a lack of adjacent parking to some of those facilities. Have you all considered looking at where you might create a parking opportunity around some of these larger parks, going into the future, particularly perhaps the West Side Park that's being developed, along the Best Line over there, District 3 and 9, and perhaps I believe down in if I'm not mistaken, I think there was some land the city acquired for park down on Kimberly Road. Have you all looked at perhaps any opportunities there to do that type of thing?
Parking is, in relation to recreation, is within our purview. I have not, or we have not specifically looked at West Side or any locations that you just mentioned, and we can. Please, make sure for those locations, I can bring it to the board. We can look at the need for that and make a decision.
Well, I'd like to also make a suggestion that in considering those, and I would like to talk to you more offline about this, is the situation concerning Herndon Stadium over in the Atlanta University Center that is now jointly owned by the city and partly owned by Clark Atlanta University. That's not only an asset, that was refurbished, rebuilt during the Olympics, but it's also a historical facility and is in need of care and some development. I'd like to talk to you offline about that, about whether or not that might be a good project for the Recreation Authority to put it back into productive use. But sure. I appreciate
I love to have a conversation with you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Ms. Smith.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Mr. Stewart. He and I know each other very well. They used to be housed in District 1, but I just wanted to say that they do a great job. We would, like you said, I didn't even realize all of the athletic stuff that you did prior to when I started paying attention in the 90s. So, but he works tirelessly with our oversight committee on giving out money. And just like he said, they gave Emmaus and Chris 180 money. And I had a friend call me a couple of Saturday mornings ago, and she told me that she applied for her Georgia Power bill to be paid. She's in the film industry, and she couldn't pay her electric bill, and Chris 180 paid the bill directly to Georgia Power, and that just took a huge relief off of her. And that is just a ground level of some of the things that AFCRA does for us, which is during COVID, someone that has no income couldn't apply for unemployment, and we were able to pay her electric bill, which keeps her aging in our neighborhood. So I just so much appreciate the hard work that you and Vivian and Martell do. So thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next up on our agenda are ordinances for second reading. Ms. Pullitini, if you could kick us off with item number 2.
Yes, 20-0-1554, CDP-20-028, an ordinance by Councilmember Carlos Smith to amend the land use element of the 2016 City of Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property at 1851 Jonesboro Road Southeast from the single-family residential land use designation to the low-density commercial land use designation, and for the purposes Z-20-57, NPUY, Council District 1, and there's an amendment in your packet which adds the Z number and modifies Section 1 to reference the map, and also attach Exhibit A, which is the map.
Move for Dennis Smith.
Second, Westmoreland.
And then we'll hold for the CDP hearing.
Vote is open.
Mr. Brown, how would you like to vote?
Affirmative.
Thank you. 7 yeas, 0 nays. The item is amended. Ms. Smith, would you like to make a motion to hold?
Yes, we need to make a motion to hold until the CDP hearing, so motion to hold, Smith. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, would you like to second?
Second. Yes, sir.
Motion by Smith, second by Brown.
Vote is open.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Next item.
Number 3, 20-0-1560, ordinance by Councilmembers Matt Westmoreland, Andre Dickens, Madeline M. Archibong, Joyce M. Shepard, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Michael Julian Bond, and Dustin Hillis to establish the Building the Beloved Community Housing Affordability Initiative to request the issuance of the Urban Residential Finance Authority of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, of its taxable revenue bonds year 2020 in the aggregate amount of not to exceed $100 million and 0 cents for the purpose of assisting Atlanta Housing Opportunity, Inc., a Georgia nonprofit corporation and a public body corporate in politics, and the City of Atlanta in financing the program known as the Housing Opportunity Program related to the financing of certain eligible single-family and multifamily residential housing projects within the city, to authorize the mayor to execute, deliver, and perform a second amended and restated intergovernmental housing cooperation agreement with the Housing Corporation, to authorize acknowledgement of service and the filing of an answer on behalf of the city in validation proceedings to be brought in validating the Series 2020 bonds, to authorize the mayor to acknowledge and agree to a bond purchase agreement and continuing disclosure agreement in connection with the sale of the Series 2020 bonds, to authorize the inclusion of information related to the city in the Finance Authority's preliminary official statement and final official statement, and the use and distribution of the same, to authorize certain related actions, all in connection with the Housing Opportunity Program financed through the Finance Authority's issuance of the Series 2020 bonds, and for the purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Pullitini. Colleagues, when we were talking earlier about Workforce Atlanta, I made reference to the goals that we adopted at the beginning of the year. Our first bucket of the 9 was around housing affordability, and the first goal was around expanding the Housing Opportunity Bond program. That goal was pulled word for word from the One Atlanta Housing Affordability Action Plan that was introduced by the mayor several months before then, which also spoke to expanding our Housing Opportunity Bond program. 9 months before that, House ATL came out with a series of recommendations stressing the need for new local sources of funding, which is why many of us introduced this paper last week. I know that as we talk about this in the weeks ahead, it'll be really important to be mindful of very precious general fund dollars, existing general fund dollars, given the COVID environment we are in. And I look forward to us finding a path forward. We talk a lot in the spring about how budgets are a reflection of our values, and certainly given the challenges that our residents face right now, housing affordability should be one of the foremost values in our mind. So I will make a motion to hold this item for further discussion before we take action.
Second, Brown.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown.
The vote is open.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is held. Next item.
Item number 4, 20-R-4265, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development to enter into a professional services agreement with Darlene Matthews, LLC, for professional planning and strategic support consulting services for the housing opportunities for persons with AIDS HOPL grant program. All contracted work to be assigned to, charged to, and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. And there is an amendment in your packet which adds the funding stream, which was missing.
Motion to amend.
Second, Brown.
Second by Councilman Brown.
Vote is open.
Seven yeas, 0 nays. That item is amended. If there are no questions or comments, I will move approval as amended.
Second, Brown.
The vote is open.
Seven yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable as amended. Ms. Puladini, I believe at this point we're going to move on to item number 7 or 9, perhaps.
Well, we could take number 5 right now if you'd like. There's no presentation.
No, let's keep those two together because they're related, and I think the people are going to be. One of the folks who is going to be discussing the West Atlanta stuff isn't available till 3 o'clock. So let's go ahead and move to held items.
Okay, item number 9, 19-0-1659, CDP-19-054, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 125 Wesley Avenue Northeast from the low-density residential 0 to 8 units per acre land use designation to the medium-density residential land use designation, and for the purposes D-19-99 and PUO Council District 5.
The recommendation is to file. If there are no other questions or comments, I will make that motion.
Second, Brown.
Vote is open. Vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is filed. Next item.
Items 13, 15, 16, 17, 21, 22, and 27 all have the same recommendation. Would the committee like to take these as a block?
Without objection.
All right, 20-0-1198, that's item number 13. CDP-20-005, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 195 Chester Avenue Southeast from the industrial land use designation to the high-density residential land use designation, and for the purposes C-20-02 and PUN Council District 5. Item number 15, 20-0-1200, CDP-20-007, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 639 and 643 John Wesley Dobbs Avenue from the low-density residential 9 to 16 units per acre land use designation to the low-density residential 0 to 40 units per acre land use designation, and for the purposes C-19-109 and PUM Council District 2. Item number 16, 20-0-1274, CDP-20-019, an ordinance by Councilmember Natalie M. Archibong to amend the land use element of the 2016 City of Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to designate property at 2035 Cloverdale Drive, Atlanta, Georgia 30316, and 1254 Oakville Drive, Atlanta, Georgia 30316 to the single-family residential land use designation and for the purposes C-20-39 and PUW Council District 5. Item number 17, 20-0-1279, CDP-20-018, an ordinance by Councilmember Natalie M. Archibong to amend the land use element of the 2016 City of Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to designate property at 1206, 1210, 1214, 1218, and 1222 Beachview Drive to the single-family residential land use designation and for the purposes C-20-38 and PUW Council District 5. Item number 21, 20-0-1402, CDP-20-011, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 255 Love Street Southwest from the single-family residential land use designation to the low-density residential land use designation and for the purposes C-20-18 and PUD Council District 4. Item number 22, 20-0-1404, CDP-20-014, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 536 North Avenue Northeast from the low-density commercial land use designation to the mixed-use high-density land use designation and 615 and 617 Kennesaw Avenue Northeast from the low-density residential land use designation to the mixed-use high-density land use designation and for the purposes C-20-29 NPUM Council District 2. And item number 27, 20-0-1409, CDP-20-021, a substitute ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 1230 North Avenue Northwest, 1230 North Avenue Northwest, 0 North Avenue Northwest rear from the open space land use designation to the mixed-use land use designation, 1268 North Avenue Northwest, 1254 North Avenue Northwest, 1254 North Avenue rear Northwest, and 0 North Avenue from the low-density residential land use designation to the mixed-use low-density land use designation, 425 Chapel Road Northwest, from the high-density residential land use designation to the mixed-use land use designation, and 1345 Mason Turner Road Northwest, 1365 Mason Turner Road Northwest, 0 North Avenue Northwest rear, and 0 North Avenue Northwest rear from the very high-density residential land use designation to the mixed-use land use designation, and for the purposes D-20-40, D-20-40 and PUK Council District 3.
Thank you much. If there are no or comments, I will make a motion to
Second, Brown.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown.
The vote is open.
7 yeas, 0 nays. Those items are favorable. Next item is item number 26.
Yes. Item number 26, 20-0-1408, CDP-20-020, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate certain properties within the proposed Ponce Highlands Historic District from various land use designations to various land use designations to implement the proposed Ponce Highlands Historic District and for the purposes V-20-15 and PUN Council District 2.
Mr. Young, are you on the line to speak to this before we take action? Mr. Young? Aha, not on the line. All right. The recommendation is favorable. Mr.
Young? This is Mr. Young.
Hey, Doug. Okay, awesome.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Thank you very much for the time. This is Doug Young, Assistant Director in the Office of Design, Department of City Planning. I just want to provide a very quick summary of the proposed land use amendments before you with CDP 2020. As noted in the agenda, this is to implement the proposed historic district for the Ponce Highland neighborhood. The proposed land use amendments would align with and reinforce the proposed subareas in the historic district and reflect the broad patterns and proposals that were contained in the master plan from the Ponce Highland neighborhood from several years back. This has been a result of a long community process with innumerable meetings, surveys, and public outreach, and the city staff is confident this will make the proposed historic district a great tool for the Ponce Highland neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Mr. Faroki.
Thank you, Chairman Westmoreland, and thank you, Doug, for that quick summary. I just wanted to speak in favor of this ordinance. It is a long time coming. The leadership and residents of Ponce Highland have put in months and months and months of work with a few setbacks here or there, but they persevered and came to what is a really remarkable and nuanced historic district preservation proposal that has moved its way through all the requisite steps of the process, including navigating the pandemic and being patient as meetings were put on pause for a while. So hopefully we can pass this unanimously and send it on to full council, because the neighborhood deserves a lot of credit for putting this together in what is often a very divisive process. So move approval.
Second, Smith.
Motion by Faroki, second by Smith. Ms. Smith, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Faroki for all of his hard work on this. This has been a long time coming, and it's also going to be at full council on the 8th from the zoning part of it. So if we pass this today, which all of these pieces need to fit together into a really pretty puzzle, but Amir, you've done a great job with all this, and I just wanted to thank you because this is really important.
Thank you. I would say in the wake of that, the real thanks goes to a number of individuals in the neighborhood and to Doug and his team for pushing this forward, but happy to take some of the glow, Carla.
Motion by Faroki, second by Smith. Mr. Brown, how do you vote? Mr. Brown, you there? Okay. 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is adopted. Next item is number 33.
Number 33, 20-0-1535, an ordinance by Councilmember Joyce M. Shepherd, retroactively authorizing the Department of Grants and Community Development in partnership with Atlanta Development Authority doing business as Invest Atlanta to apply for and accept a grant from the United States Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration's EDA's CARES Act Recovery Assistance Fund in the amount of $836,000.00 for supplement appropriation revolving loan fund for the purpose of preventing, preparing for, responding to coronavirus as a part of the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, and authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into any required agreements for grant implementation to waive Section 2-910 of Division 1 of Article 9 of Chapter 2 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for the purposes. And there's an amendment in your packet which adds the funding string.
Go ahead and make a motion to amend.
Motion to
there we go. Okay, motion by Shepherd, second by Westmoreland.
Vote is open.
I believe that's 6 yeas, 0 nays. Item is amended. Either Mr. Keene or Ms. Franklin, could you speak briefly to this paper before we move it forward?
Mr. Chair, this is John. Mr. Chair, this is John Keene, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. So this paper, as it states, allows us to accept this grant. This is a grant that we applied for in collaboration with Invest Atlanta. It is a economic development revolving loan. The total grant award is $836,000, and so it was good news that we received. this grant, and it allows us to provide additional loans that will be focused on continuing to help our small businesses as they look to recover from COVID-19.
Good deal. And my apologies. I didn't realize that the request was to hold this item, but thank you for speaking to it. Ms. Shepard, would you like to go ahead and make that motion?
So the motion is to hold? Is that what you're saying?
That is my understanding, right, Mr. Keene?
We held it last cycle, Mr. Chair. I believe at this point
right.
we've added the
hold. Yeah. That's okay. That's what I thought. In that case,
motion,
Ms. Shepard, go for
to
it.
approve as amended.
Okay. I will second that motion.
Mr. Chair, may I ask Mr. King just a question really quick? I apologize.
That's okay.
Hey, Mr. King, I wanted to get your thoughts on something. I've been speaking with Dr. Clementich in Invest Atlanta. I've had some conversations with Chairman Westmoreland about this, but just wanted to get your thoughts, just because I know there's so many small businesses in Atlanta right now that are more or less startup businesses that either started right before COVID hit and really haven't been in business within the 1 year requirement that Invest Atlanta has set as the criteria to qualify for some of the grant funds and the monies that they have available due to the impact that COVID has caused these businesses. Are there any conversations or is there any potential opportunity being looked into to help support these startup businesses, because they have not had an opportunity to take advantage of any of the COVID-19 relief grant funds that have been allocated towards small businesses. And, we've roughly allocated, I think, over $30 million already from the federal dollars and the city dollars that have been put in, and they've gotten nothing. And I get, so many emails on a day-to-day basis where you have small businesses that are saying, hey, I'm getting ready to have to shut my doors. I used all my money to start this business, and now I'm left in the most vulnerable position I've ever been in, and I don't have the luxury of being a business that's been in existence for a year where I could have had revenues or some savings in place to help sustain me. So I'm just curious of your thoughts around that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Council Member. And so our team, along with Invest Atlanta and Eloisa, continue to always evaluate, one, what is the requirements underneath the particular funds that we are looking to deploy, and what are the opportunities in terms of where we have flexibility around the criteria that's being set as to who can apply. And so that's one of the key aspects of what we have to do, whether it's with the coronavirus relief funds and the requirements the Department of Treasury puts on the eligibility for those funds, or any of our other federal grant funds, including those related to these Department of Commerce economic development dollars. And then looking at, what are the ways, other opportunities that we have in order to supplement those funds with other partners, philanthropic partners or other. And so I say all that to say, yes, conversations are happening. We certainly want to make sure that we're not leaving gaps in any of our small business areas, and trying to make sure that we are being thoughtful and prudent about, one, compliance with the requirements of the awards that and the dollars that we're given, but two, ensuring that we are serving all of our small businesses. And so Dr. Clementich is on. She can speak to some of the latest thinking around different ways that we're exploring that, but absolutely conversations are happening.
Yep, Mr. King, thank you for that. And just for a point of clarity, I was speaking with Dr. Clementich about startups and about the requirements set by Invest Atlanta. So I don't think that the regulatory requirements that the federal side of monies that have come into the local municipality around the grant dollars being allocated to the small businesses, I think those requirements, as far as like how long they've been in business, was set by Invest Atlanta. and it did not have any bearing on what the federal government set as their requirements. So if we can really just work through this together and figure out how we support startup businesses through the grant dollars, I think that would be so beneficial in this city, especially if we the city and we Invest Atlanta are setting these requirements and putting them in place that are in a lot of ways, unfortunately, kind of ostracizing small businesses that in a lot of ways are the most vulnerable in this pandemic right now.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Eloisa Clementich with Invest Atlanta. How are you, Councilmember? Thank you very much for the question. So when it comes to these EDA dollars, we're excited to partner with EDA on this new loan fund. It will provide about a 3% interest rate and no payments until March 2021. And we're excited that this is really trying to support all of our businesses in the city, and any business will be able to apply for those funds. So to your point, we are definitely trying to look for options. The challenge is, as many of you know, it's in the city, is there are over 16,000 businesses in the city. So we're trying to make sure that we are providing opportunities for all businesses, because every single business is important, but we also want to make sure that we are able to help our legacy businesses that have been in the city for many years. And again, every business is important. We need the startups. It's not an either or. It's really an and looking for options for all. So we definitely hope that they can leverage this small business loan fund and really try to be as flexible as we possibly can. These funds will be able to use for capital expenditure, which is different from the grant funds, which are very specific. The grant funds that we receive from the U.S. Treasury specifically is for those items that businesses are using to try to help out with COVID and anything they have to do to accommodate COVID. And so what we know now is that that this is going to be very important for businesses opening and moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Clementich.
All right, so we have are you done, Mr. Brown?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, thanks. We have a motion by Shepard and a second by Westmoreland to move this paper forward.
Vote is open.
Mr. Brown, how would you like to vote?
Affirmative.
Good deal. 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is adopted. Next up is item 34.
Item number 34, 20-R-4179, a resolution by Councilmember Carlos Smith as amended by Community Development Human Services Committee, authorizing the mayor to submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development the City of Atlanta Citizen Participation Plan 2020 to 2024 Consolidated Plan to include the following programs: Community Development Block Grant Program, Emergency Solutions Grant Program, Home Investment Partnership Program, and Housing Opportunity for Persons with AIDS Program, and for other purposes.
All right. The motion for this will be to move forward on condition of the completion of public comment period and a public hearing at our September 8th council meeting. So I will make that motion on condition.
Second, Smith.
Second. A motion by Westmoreland.
Brown do it.
I think that was actually Pierogi, but that'll make that. Flip it down.
Vote is open.
Mr. Brown, how would you like to vote? Oh, you voted.
Affirmative.
There we go. Okay. 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is moved forward on condition. That takes us to the end of our held agenda for the moment. We are going to go back now and take items 5 and 6. They are slightly out of order to the way we're going to handle them, but that's okay. Ms. Palladini, in a second, I'm going to ask you to read in item number 5, which is the proposed 5-year intergovernmental agreement between the city and Invest Atlanta. I've heard from several members of the committee who have requested one more cycle to continue reviewing that before taking action on it. So, Ms. Polidini, if you will read that in, I will make the motion to hold so we can have further discussion at our next meeting, and then we will move on to item 6, which is a resolution to accept the results and strategies of the economic mobility plan that we have discussed many, many times over the last year. So, Ms. Polidini, item number 5.
20-R-4267, a resolution by Council Members Marcy Collier Overstreet, Carla Smith, Joyce M. Shepard, Cleta Winslow, Andrea L. Boone, authorizing the mayor, her designee, to enter into an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Atlanta and the Atlanta Development Authority, doing business as Invest Atlanta, for the provision of economic development and redevelopment services to establish performance objectives and reporting requirements and for other purposes.
Thank you. If there are any questions or comments that folks would like to ask of Dr. Clementich right now, you're more than welcome to do so. If not, I will make a motion to hold, and we will discuss this in greater detail at our next committee meeting.
Second, Brown.
The motion by Westmoreland and 2 seconds from Brown and Faroki, but we'll go with Brown.
Vote is open.
All right, 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is held. Next item.
Item number 6, 20-R-4268, a resolution by Council Members Marcy Collier Overstreet, Carla Smith, Joyce M. Shepard, Cleta Winslow, and Andrea L. Boone to accept the results and strategies of the One Atlanta Economic Mobility, Recovery, and Resiliency Plan led by the Atlanta Development Authority, doing business as Invest Atlanta and for other purposes. And there's an amendment in your packet to attach Exhibit A, which is the plan.
Okay, before we attach and do anything else, why don't we hear from our team? And they will be referencing the slide deck, colleagues, that you received from Ms. Polidini earlier today. It was right next to the presentation from the Fulton County Rec Authority. So, Dr. Clementich, take us home.
Thank you so much, Council Member, and really appreciate all your leadership and help and support getting this over. So, committee members, again, Dr. Eloisa Clementich, Invest Atlanta, just want to take a moment to brief on where we are and thank each of you for your time and commitment to this work. Using the vision of the One Atlanta, we set out to create a strategy that would really drive our agency's work with the goal of achieving a better outcome for all Atlantans, particularly those in Black and Brown communities, so they can be more resilient to the economic downturn, build intergenerational wealth, and achieve the economic mobility that we all want to see. Next slide. This map shows the disparities that exist between neighborhoods in terms of residents' access to economic and wealth creation opportunities, red being the worst and green being the best. It illustrates whether the pathways to economic mobility are working for the residents of that specific neighborhood. It shows what we all know is true, that Atlanta is a tale of two cities. This map comes from a tool which we are building and will present to this committee at another meeting. Next slide. Over the last year and a half, 2 years, we have conducted extensive data gathering and analysis, which drove the creation of our overarching objectives and strategic actions. We know how important it is that we hear from residents, so our process included community engagement. We also recognize and appreciate the previous comments from this committee, and we will continue to speak to our residents. As we have previously presented, we have developed and are already begun a robust community engagement plan to ensure we continue to hear from residents that we seek to serve. I apologize. In regards to next steps, once the IGA is approved and the WorkSource Atlanta merger is approved, Invest Atlanta will work with our businesses, our community, our workforce teams to deliver this plan. We intend to produce our first implementation report by the end of this year. Next slide. As you know from previous presentations during our strategy process, we identified pathways that contribute to the economic mobility which relate to economic systems, which is the ability of employers to offer good jobs, education systems, which are childhood education all the way to technical college and higher. The third is people-based mechanisms, which include financial management and workforce capacity. And then there's place-based mechanisms, neighborhoods, health, and safety, neighborhood access to transit. If these pathways are operating effectively, it will enable residents to achieve that better economic and social outcomes that we're looking for. However, we know that these pathways are not working for all Atlantans. So our plan seeks to address those inequalities and inequities. Next slide. Using these pathways as a guide, we've identified 5 high-level objectives for the strategy to achieve, which have only been made more important with COVID-19 and the economic downturn. They are attract and help businesses create and retain jobs, which pay a middle wage and provide employer-sponsored health care, with a particular focus on jobs that do not require a college degree. Second, help Atlantans get ready for and get placed into those jobs. Third, help our small businesses survive the downturn, adapt and thrive, with a particular focus on businesses in our disinvested neighborhoods. 4, make our disinvested neighborhoods more livable with all services that residents need. And last, is help more Atlantans access housing that they can afford. Under these 5 objectives, we've laid out 34 specific actions, and we encourage you to review these actions in the strategy document that I've shared with you. Next slide. The actions of the strategy are important, but we must also measure success. So the plan sets very specific targets for the next 3 years, such as creating and supporting 2,000 good and middle wage jobs and promising jobs annually, providing workforce services to over 1,300 Atlantans, ensuring that 70% of small businesses support goes to minority and or women-owned businesses, incentivizing 1,250 affordable residential units to be built near transit, and many more. These targets will focus Invest Atlanta and WorkSource Atlanta work on programs that will increase opportunities and improve outcomes for all residents. It will also ensure full transparency and accountability. Invest Atlanta will report quarterly against these targets. Next slide. I am grateful to this committee, to each of you, for your time and input over the past year as we have developed this plan. Specifically, I'd like to thank the chair, Councilmember Westmoreland, who also sits on the Invest Atlanta board, who has tirelessly worked and guiding and providing us feedback. And I thank those also at the mayor's office for their time and their direction, and for the mayor's vision of a One Atlanta. Also, there's many other partners, but I would be remiss if I did not thank Enterprise Community Partners, the Urban League of Greater Atlanta, APD Urban, and the Bloomberg Associates. I would like to take an additional moment to just again thank our steering committee members. They have been essential in this process, and I've listed those for you. This strategy is simply the beginning, and the work is to come. Economic mobility is not something we can achieve alone, so we look forward to continuing to work with the City of Atlanta, with this City Council, and our partner organizations to improve the lives of all Atlantans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any questions or comments? All right. Go for it, Ms. Shepard.
I'm sorry. When you first started, I kind of missed out the map. Can you go back to the map for me, please? Do you have it? It's on page, what, page 2?
Yes, the second one.
Okay, so can you explain the color codes again, what they represent?
Yes. So the red on the map are those residents that have had the largest disparities and that where the economic mobility pathways are not working. So the red would be the worst part, and then the green would be the better part of the city.
And the yellow and the other color gold.
They're in somewhere in between, correct.
Mm-hmm. So I have a concentrated area. What's the red there next to the green at the top? What neighborhood is that? Do you know?
I'd have to go back. Yeah, I'd have to go back and look. I could tell you exactly.
My read on the map is the neighborhood is Mechanicsville is the red that's right there, kind of right near downtown, and then you move down into Pittsburgh, and then on down below that into Joyland and down Pryor Road. On
so, but at the top, yeah, but up there at the top, that whole concentrate, that can't be Mechanicsville all at the top.
No. So okay. So in the top left-hand corner, that's predominantly Councilmember Hillis's, the southern half of District 9, right around Hollywood and Center Hill. There's maybe a couple of Hunter Hills, a couple neighborhoods in Councilmember Brown's district as well. But you're right, it's predominantly the southern half of Councilmember Hills' district, and then much of District 12, which is where we need to be focusing in the years ahead.
And Ms. Smith, is there any in your area that you see on the map? Paula, is she there?
You there, Carla?
Yes, I'm here. I'm looking. I have a hard time reading maps. That's Miss Eloisa.
And what I will tell you is that what we're doing, council members, I'm really excited that we're working with the ARC. For the very first time, we're going to be able to go to the neighborhood unit. So usually maps, you only can go up to like the census. So we will be able to drill down all the way to the neighborhood. And so I'll be able to, and I'm happy to present here to this committee the map that we've been able to drill. They're just making the final edits to it. And you'll see which pathways are much more effective. And we're going to use this map to definitely drive some of our efforts. So I will take some time, if the committee will allow, to walk through the map once it's complete and definitely be able to drill down per neighborhood.
And so to that point is a concentration of where you need to begin your work. I mean, this map is that reflects that. I would like to see not just my district, but other areas too, in terms of, so sometime we could do an overlay that says this is District 12, District 9, District 3, District. Yeah, if we could overlay that so that we could actually know, that would be tremendously to me. And then I need for you to come back with a not only how we're going to do it across the city, because it kind of reflects what we already talked about, where concentration of problems and poverty and stuff are. Mm-hmm. And so my next step to ask you and Mr. Westmoreland is how do we begin to tackle that? And so I hope so. We don't need to just go for the low hanging fruit, but begin to talk about it. And I'll be glad to work with you all on this.
Thank you, Councilmember.
No, I think everything that was just said, both the ability to drill down on this map from a council district and a neighborhood perspective would be really insightful to folks. And then, Councilmember Shepherd, I think you just hit the nail on the head. We're getting ready to adopt a resolution that accepts the plan that Invest will be working off of for the next 3 years, and then at our next meeting to contemplate our contract with them over the next 5 years. And I just want to point out, 12 of us introduced a paper back in April of 2019 that spelled out the direction that we wanted Invest Atlanta to head, with particular emphasis, honestly, Councilmember Shepherd, on the areas of red and orange on this map, and then with different levers that the city needed to be pulling. And we pulled one of those during budget season. You all remember that we are in the process of shifting about $1.6 million to Invest Atlanta solely for the use of recruiting and creating middle wage jobs, those that pay between $40,000 and $75,000 and don't require a college degree. And that's just one lever. I think, Councilmember Shepard, your point's really well taken. Everybody listening right now knows that the city has contributed about $3 million to the Invest Atlanta budget over the last several years. And the plan we're getting ready to accept is a really solid start and foundation. It will not be as successful as it can be if that is where our investment remains for the next 3 years. And so that's on us and our colleagues over in the administration to figure out how we, beyond the $1.6 million, continue to support Invest efforts as they shift focus and drill really deeply in the direction that we have asked them to go over the last couple of years. Thank you very much, Dr. Clementich, for your work over the last.
I'm going to be sharing this with my neighborhood also, Dr. Clementich. So they'll put more pressure not only from me, but from you all, for people to see. I mean, that's put pressure on me, and I know that. But I think transparency is important, and that we need to be talking about that. All right.
And Councilmember, so that if you would like, once we expect to have this map, once I get it, I'll send that to you so that people could go in, and that's what's going to drive our work too, because we're all going to be tying to this map. It's going to be something very active at Invest Atlanta.
Okay.
The motto of the Carver football team when I was a teacher there, Carla, was no pressure, no diamonds. So pressure is just what we might all need. Dr. Clementich, thank you very much. A special shout out to Clara and Gordon at Bloomberg for your many, 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 many hours of work on this over the last several months. Deputy COO John Keene, appreciate all your partnership. I am looking forward to watching the work continue in the months ahead, and I will make a motion to approve.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. We need to amend the paper.
We should attach the plan. That's not a bad idea. I'll make a motion to amend.
Second, Brown.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I had pushed my button to ask a question.
I do not see you, but ask away.
Thank you. Not necessarily about the plan, but I wanted to ask Dr. Clemente, what is the disposition of the former Civic Center? What is the status of that facility, and with Invest Atlanta's plans, what do you have planned for it?
For the Civic Center sorry.
No, I was just, Councilmember Bond, AHA controls that site, and they are going to be coming, I believe, not to our September 8th meeting, but to our September 22nd meeting. I'm sorry, not the 15th, but the 29th. And one of the topics that they'll be presenting on is the Civic Center site.
Okay, well, I do have some concerns about our discussion in 2 weeks about the contract. I'd like to request that certain things be a part of our discussion. Is it appropriate to do it now or after the vote?
Yes. Why don't we go ahead and amend and adopt this resolution, and then we'll definitely take those down before we move on.
All right, thank you.
Sure. I made a motion to amend to attach the plan itself. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
All right, we've got a motion by Westmoreland, a second by Brown. If we will open that vote.
One moment, please.
All right, 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is amended. I will now make a motion to adopt as amended.
Second, Brown.
Got a motion by Westmoreland and a second by Brown. Six yeas, 0 nays. That item is adopted as amended. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for our discussion in 2 weeks, I'd like certain points to be addressed. One, I'd like to know why the 5-year term on the intergovernmental agreement. For me, that is a term that would extend beyond any seated mayor or seated council and would seem to deny us a level of accountability for Invest Atlanta going forward. And then 2, why are we, I guess, contracting them in the form of an intergovernmental agreement when other governments and authorities just do a straight contract, like the Fulton County Board of Commissioners and their development authority. When Invest Atlanta was created as the Atlanta Development Authority, it was originally contracted on an annual basis to make sure that the issues of accountability were addressed annually. And so I'd like to know what is the rationale for that. And of course, as was mentioned a few moments ago about the financial commitment, if we were to enter into a 5-year agreement of this nature, what would be the projected budgetary requirements of such an agreement? And if those can be addressed at the beginning of our discussion or provide me the answers, I would appreciate it.
Those are all good questions, and I have written them down, and we'll make sure that they are part of our discussion. Thank you for raising that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Klementich. All right, colleagues, that takes us to the last 3 pieces of our agenda, which are 70 or so minutes of public comment, followed by an executive session, followed by taking up item 20-R-4214. Mr. Massenberg, would you go ahead and start our public comment?
Hi, this is Lisa Marchbanks, and I am calling to share my feedback on the proposal to have Agape take over management of the city's tennis facilities from UTA-UTM. My family and I are avid tennis players, and we have gotten to work with UTA quite a bit over the years and have had a great experience with them. My husband and I played mixed doubles out of Chastain, and we love our coach, Lamar Scott. My son plays on the North Atlanta high school team that practices out of Bitsy, and they're coached wonderfully by Frank Thompson out of Bitsy. All 3 of my kids have been to their summer camps at Bitsy and Chastain over the years. I play on a ladies team, business team out of Bitsy. And then we've also taken advantage of all the tournaments and drills and match play that they offer and that are so expertly organized by Wendy English. We are very happy with UTA, and we do not want to see management of the facilities get taken over by Agape. We are happy with the way things have gone. We're especially appreciative of how UTA-UTM works with the North Atlanta High School and the Sutton Middle School tennis teams. They provide all of the coaching for our student athletes, and then they host all of that coaching at Bitsy Grant, because we only have 3 courts at North Atlanta. So I ask you all to understand how, in the recommendation to have Agape take over, how are they going to fill UTA's shoes when it comes to our 2 public school tennis programs. I'm really sad to hear it, and I do hope that you will rethink it. I think we should be celebrating and continuing the good thing that we have, especially during this difficult year. The thought of losing our coaches and all of the great opportunities from UTA isn't something we should have to face. And quickly on another note, the fact that the city's courts have been closed to doubles play and only open for singles play this year has been incredibly disappointing. Playing tennis, even doubles, is one of the safest sports that can be played during the pandemic. it, along with golf, are the two lowest risk sports. We need our courts to be reopened. I can't imagine going into another tennis season without having them open for doubles and for coaching. In a report by CNN on August 15th, they said 1 in 4 young people are reporting suicidal thoughts. They need this outlet. Please give them and us back our tennis courts for doubles play and lessons as soon as possible. I've emailed with no response. I've emailed the Department of Parks and Rec with no response at all. Thank you in advance for questioning the Agape recommendation.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Walter, and I'm calling because I have a great concern about the change of management at the city tennis centers. UTA has done a great job at our tennis courts, which are Chastain and Bitsy. They've developed top-level players. They're part of our community. They put a lot back into the community. And I think something unethical is going on, that they would give the agreement to Agape, which has done nothing for DeKalb, has done nothing for our community. It just seems a little shady, and I think that this needs to be looked into. UTA is upstanding people. My kids go there every day. I think this really needs to be looked into. I'm very concerned. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
This is Jackie Berkelhammer. I would like to support the Universal Tennis Management Company for continued management of Chastain and Bitsy Grant tennis courts. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Teresa McHugh, and I'm calling in support of UTA administration of the city's tennis centers and what they built in our community and the support that they've given to our children and our Alpha program. Thank you.
This is Cheryl Holloway. I've been playing tennis at Bitsy Grant Tennis Center for over 30 years, and I'm calling to ask that you renew Universal Tennis Academy to run it as they have done for 11 years. They have done a great job, and everybody is so happy there, and I just hope you will give them the contract rather than the Agape group. I'm not very familiar with them. But all of us at Bitsy want UTN to run Bitsy Grant. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Monica Henderson, and my cell phone number is 404-432-4212. We have lived in the North Buckhead neighborhood since 2004, and I have had the pleasure of playing tennis out of Chastain for the last 10 or so years, and just have so many positive, wonderful things to say about UTA, UTM as the management company. They have phenomenal employees, amazing instruction. I know, I think there were 5 or 6 owners. I know 4 of the owners, just good, authentic people. And it's really, I'm really puzzled as to why the city would even be entertaining other contracts, let alone the fact that your procurement and Parks and Rec department has recommended another vendor. It just doesn't make sense. And at the beginning of the recording, it says that you can ask questions, and I asked this last time. We, the people, the constituents, deserve to know why UTA, UTM is possibly losing the management contract. So as you meet tomorrow with Matt Westmoreland, I hope that you'll consider my comments and hopefully have a lot of other supporters calling in today as well. Thank you.
This is Joan Merkel. I'm calling in reference to the change of management at the city tennis courts. And I'm in District 7, and I would like to ask what the reasoning is for changing the management when the management had been doing so well? Is there some reason why Agape is better or gave you a better resume? Also, I want to let you know that have been a resident of City Atlanta almost all my life, and I have played tennis for quite a bit of that time, but almost always on the city tennis courts. And I'm very interested in this subject. Please let me know why the change in management. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dee Dee Wakefield. I'm calling to provide comments and also a question to the council as it relates to the city's decision and procurement process related to the city's tennis centers that were under management until just a few weeks ago by Universal Tennis Academy. With children that have been with Universal Tennis Academy for over 10 years at Chastain and Bitsy Grant, it is concerning that the city would have a process in place that would rule them out to continue to serve the communities in which they have operated for so long, both with junior tennis and with adult programs, summer camp programs, and other charitable programs that they have infused into all of the 5 locations inside of the city of Atlanta limits, while continuing to operate and make each of the parks that they have been working with a better place and a better location, and a better program for the community in which they serve. It's concerning that a virtually unknown entity that does not have the span of operation that UTA has would be considered superior in a procurement process, and it is my belief that it should be reviewed with a bit more scrutiny than what seems to have transpired thus far. UTM has given the city no reason not to continue with them, and if there is something as it relates to character or profit or something that could be negotiated or looked at, the city should be bringing that to their attention rather than eliminating them from a process and putting an inferior solution in place as a part of a broken procurement process. Thank you. Hi, my name is Amy Fox. My phone number is 404-862-0860. I'm calling to encourage the City of Atlanta to support UTA/UTM to continue to manage the City of Atlanta tennis centers. They do an amazing job. I have my full support. I've been participating in their Chastain Tennis Center for the last 15 years, and I think they're doing an amazing job, and I encourage you to rehire them to take over the Atlanta centers. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Ann Hart Hunter. I live in Zone 8 JP Mastigates District, and I am calling in support of continuing to let UTA run the City of Atlanta tennis centers. I have had 2 girls, one currently there for over 10 years, and we are huge fans of the coaches and the way they run the tennis centers, and would absolutely hate to see them go. So I strongly encourage you all to vote to keep the Universal Tennis Academy managing the tennis centers. Thank you so much for your consideration. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Capsuto, and I'm calling to give my support to the Universal Tennis Management Group, UTM, to continue to manage the City of Atlanta tennis centers. I have been associated with UTM for over 20 years. I have seen the sweat equity that they have put into all the City of Atlanta tennis facilities. I've seen the number of juniors that play at the city tennis centers grow. I've seen the number of adults that play at the City of Atlanta tennis centers grow. A lot having to do with their management and the pros that they brought in to help people play tennis. I'm also very encouraged with the partnership that they have formed with Fun, Fierce Urgency of Now at McGee Tennis Center and Washington Park, and how that will further tennis for not only tennis but education and mental health for underprivileged youth. Understand it's a possibility that the City Council will not renew the contract with UTM to manage the tennis centers in the City of Atlanta, and I feel that that would be a mistake, and it would not be in the best interest of tennis in the City of Atlanta. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Burris. My family and I reside at 4655 Millbrook Drive Northwest in Atlanta, in Chastain Park. And we feel very strongly that UTA should retain management of the City of Atlanta tennis courts, including Chastain Park tennis courts. They've done a fantastic job with both managing team play and individual lessons and the tennis academy. They're an amazing addition to our community, and it is our fervent hope that they remain in charge of the management. Thank you.
Hello, I'm writing to tell you, or calling to tell you, where I stand and how I see things in regards to this debate over the pending award of the management contract for the City of Atlanta's tennis centers. I've played tennis all my adult life, and I've played at these particular centers for decades. And I can tell you factually that the City of Atlanta has never had a better facilities manager of these imported City of Atlanta assets than the current manager, UTA. UTA is hands down, head and shoulders above any management team that has been there in the last 40 plus years. I've seen them all. And they are similarly head and shoulders above any competing firm for the current contract, at least of the firms that I'm aware of. UTA took over these centers 10 years ago at the city's request, and they have done exactly what the city wanted them to do and gone beyond that, turned the cities into excellent facilities, meccas of great tennis here in Atlanta. They've improved the facilities and the players and the teachers and the league play and everything, and they did all that while turning a profit for themselves and paying a fair return to y'all in the city. You'll be doing great harm if you change this operation. Harm to them, of course, but far more importantly, harm to your own facilities and harm to your own citizens and voters and the tennis playing community in Atlanta. I urge you to keep UTA as the management team. Anything less is simply a travesty. Thank you for your consideration.
Yes, my name is Alexander Doman, D-O-M-A-N. I'm calling in support of Universal Tennis Management, UTM, for the operation of the City of Atlanta tennis facilities, in particular Bitsy Grant, where I've been an active participant for more than 30 years. In my experience, UTM has done an extraordinary job. They have a tremendous with community development and bringing in senior citizens who can play for free after age 75, of which there are many, as well as reduced rates for other seniors over 55. This has led to tremendous camaraderie and is a subtle factor that the committee should be made aware of the meeting that's taking place tomorrow on August 25. the maintenance of the facilities. It's been extraordinary, and it's very difficult to maintain clay courts. And Universal Tennis Management has done an extraordinary job in awarding the contract to another company that simply is providing somewhat cheaper service will result in loss of many of these attractive features, including outstanding private level court maintenance, as well as incredible community involvement of senior citizens and an incredible number of children that have been learned the game, which will go who will go elsewhere with new management. Thank you.
This is David Brown. I live in the Grant Park area in the city of Atlanta. I want to put my good word in for the renewal of the City of Atlanta Tennis Center, especially Bitsy Grant, the UTM agency that's been running it for the last 10 years. They've done a great job. I mean, I've played there for 40 plus years, and of course when the city ran it, it wasn't very good, and they do fantastic work, and it's great for young people, seniors, and they do a fantastic job taking care of clay courts. It's not easy. That takes a special talent. And I don't think this Agape should get the contract. From what I've heard from friends that play at DeKalb, they don't really do a very good job, and I'm sure they wouldn't know how to take care of those soft courts. So that's my comment. Thanks for your listening, and I hope you make the right decision. Thanks.
Hi, this is Michelle Hawkins, and I'm calling about the City of Atlanta Tennis Centers and the Procurement Department's recommendation for Agape Tennis Centers. I'm going to ask that the City Council reject this recommendation for a number of reasons. Agape Tennis Academy, the vendor that is being recommended by the Procurement Department, is really a newcomer to tennis management. This is somewhat of a gamble to let them take over and be at the helm of our 5 tennis centers, which have really just grown tremendously over the past decade under UTA or UTM management. Agape doesn't have a track record of success. They've managed one tennis center, the DeKalb Tennis Center, which is mediocre at best. They're also recently, as of May 2020, have begun managing or overseeing the Macon Tennis Centers. There have already been complaints and angry residents that have started a petition to have Agape ousted and for breach of contract and some other issues. So it doesn't sound like that's doing well. But I really have strong concerns, as you should as well, about such a small, inexperienced outfit being able to go from managing one tennis center to 9 or 10 tennis centers if they pick up the 5 from Atlanta. And additionally, I'm wondering what their bid was. None of that's been made public yet, but with such inexperience, I wonder if they were able to accurately bid or, handle pricing, or if they're going to have to come back at a later point and have to renegotiate with the city. And lastly, I would want to know that the city has some type of cancellation clause. If things don't work out, if this gamble doesn't work out with Agape Tennis Academy, if there's a way that the city has an out clause to get out of it, renegotiate, or go to another vendor. Additionally, there's a kind of a speculation or a cloud of uncertainty with all of this. John Dargle, the new Parks and Recreation Director, did convince everybody last year when he scrapped the process and said we're going to do it with transparency, and he promised that he would have solid oversight over the process. Since he's been on medical leave for 5 months, I believe, unforeseen medical leave, I just wonder who has stepped into that role. And the interim director, has that person been equipped to provide just as much oversight as well as transparency that the taxpayers were promised? Transparency in this whole process is something that is just huge. There's been so much speculation and mistrust with the city when it comes to contract bidding and procurement, and the procurement office is having trouble after trouble. It's suspicious that the request for proposal criteria and scoring haven't been provided. In this rebidding process, we were promised transparency, and I don't know that any of the citizens have been able to see how this is actually being played out. Hi, this is Michelle Hawkins, and my last point about the tennis centers recommendation
consideration by the procurement department. Why would the city council or the procurement department choose to change the tennis management during the pandemic? Why put this partner, who has been an exemplary partner for the past decade, why put some of those top-notch quality coaches and staff out of work? Why make a change for our city residents that are just so excited to finally have tennis courts back open for single play? Why make it even more difficult for them by having even the city manage them or a new group like Agape that really hasn't proven themselves? It just seems like a poor time to be making these changes when everybody is looking for some semblance of normalcy. So please, 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 I ask that you reject the procurement department's recommendation to award Agape Tennis Academy the tennis center management. Either keep it at a month-to-month basis until everything can be done open and transparently, or award it to UTA, who has proven themselves time and time again for the past 12 years. Thank you for your consideration. Bye-bye.
This is Carolyn Tidwell, Atlanta resident, and I'm calling to say we love UTA. Please don't change it. It has been a boom to Bitsy Grant in the city of Atlanta tennis. Please don't change it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Gregory Denson, and I am a member of the Washington Park Tennis Association, and I am calling in support of UTA to maintain the management contract for the City of Atlanta's tennis facilities. One of the reasons that I would support UTA is because as the former president of the Washington Park Tennis Association, UTA's partners and their coaches have worked tirelessly to help the Washington Park community. They've come over and helped us with drills. They've given us supplies for things that we've had, different events. I also support them because of the relationship that they have established within our communities, not only Washington Park, but also McGee. I think to disrupt that by bringing in a new management system, that we'd have to establish those partnerships with, again, a new management system that will have to gain the trust and support of the members of the community in which they serve, would be a disservice not only to those communities, but also to the patrons who actually participate in activities at these different centers. I also support UTA because I feel like the coaches that they have in place, not only Wink and Coach Jerome, as well as Coach Chris and several other coaches, there's no guarantee that those coaches would be able to fulfill their saying duties and responsibilities in our communities if a different management system comes in. So I highly encourage the council to keep the UTA management system in control of the centers in the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Yes, this is Perry King. I'm calling in reference to the city's contract that's being awarded for management of its public tennis facilities in the city, and wanted to reach out and reiterate our support for UTM, the current management company for the city. They've done a fantastic job for the entire time they've been there. I've seen no reason to switch. I'm not sure what's going on, but I know there's a lot of people in the city that are very happy with their service and see no reason to switch, and would like you to reconsider using UTM for the city contract rather than this new vendor. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Wick, and I am calling in support of UTA retaining control of the City of Atlanta tennis centers. We have been involved with their programs for many years. All three of my children go. They've been to Bitsy Grant and Chastain Park and Blackburn and Sharon Lester and Piedmont Park to play tournaments and drills. And one daughter has an alpha team that plays out of Bitsy Grant. So we have really seen the program in a lot of ways. We've worked with so many different coaches over there.
and they run a wonderful program. It's filled with energy and enthusiasm, and it has a high activity level, high skill level, and I just think they do a fabulous job. And we would be really just at a loss as a community without them there managing it. And they've worked so hard to build wonderful relationships with the kids and the coaches. And I really hope that they will be allowed to continue doing the excellent work that they have been doing. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tom Wakefield, and I'm calling in support of the city extending the management of the tennis facilities to UTA, maybe you know them as UTM. And I'm asking this committee to take into consideration the breadth, the experience, and the successful service that UTM has provided the city up to this point, and ask you to compare and contrast that with the other person or group seeking this contract as well. I think that there is a drastic difference between the experience and the scope of the folks, and I think that that needs to be taken into very serious consideration so that the city ultimately has a vendor that has the ability to meet the needs of the city, but also the people that use all of the city facilities. And so I would ask this committee to take that into serious consideration and hope that, as a general rule, the city looks to find those with great experience, great customer service, and ultimately vendors that will do a great job for the city and the people that the council serves. So again, I would ask you guys to give UTM very serious consideration for the city's contract, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to this message. Have a good evening. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
I'm a resident of Northwest Atlanta, and I am a big user of the City of Atlanta's public tennis centers. I play at Washington Park in South Spain, but my home court is Bitsy Grant. I understand that the city is considering dropping their long-term tennis management group, Universal Tennis Management, Universal Tennis Academy, in favor of a new and inexperienced company. This is a terrible idea. UTM took over the management 9 or 10 years ago, and in that time, they transformed a sleepy, shabby, and underutilized center into a thriving, top-rate program. It's now a facility with beautiful courts, outstanding professional instructional staff, rich and varied programs for all ages, clinics for all levels, leagues for seniors, juniors, women, men, mixed, platform tennis, coaching for SCAD, North Atlanta, and Sutton Middle School. It's a vital and integral element of the community as a result of the efforts of UTM. Whenever we have visitors from out of town, we take them to Bitsy to show off what a successful public-private partnership can look like. It's a credit to the city, but the thanks for that success goes to UTM. The competitor, Agape, who I understand the city is considering to replace UTM, is brand new to tennis management. They have limited experience managing one large tennis facility at DeKalb for the last year or two. And in that time, DeKalb has really hit the skids. I played there this summer, and it's a shame to see the condition of the center there. This is just a terrible move. We've seen this play out so many times. Things are going well. The centers are profitable. The people are happy. So why get rid of all that and go with something new and unproven? That's not just a bad idea. It would be a senseless loss for the community. Yes, the people are happy. We are happy with UTM and UTA. So give the people what they want. And what we want is for Universal Tennis Management to stay in place. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jack Blair. I am 10 years old. Please save UTA.
Yes, good evening. This is Thomas Crow, West City of Atlanta resident at the Memorial Park neighborhood. We live in very close proximity to Bitsy Grant Tennis Center, and our family and kids have utilized the tennis center for a number of years, and the tennis instruction there under UTA has been phenomenal and fantastic, and has really met our needs. This whole providing contract to a new vendor is somewhat strange to me. As I've looked up information about this other vendor, I can't see where there's any experience at running a tennis facility, tennis instruction, tennis camps in any way, even working at a tennis facility. So I don't really understand how there's any comparison in requisite form to UTA. So I'd just like for my voice to be heard, and our family's voice to be heard, that we are in direct opposition to the contract being handed over to an organization that does not appear to have the requisite experience in running a facility of this size, scope, and magnitude, serving such a diverse and strong tennis community and can support its needs. Thank you.
My name is Claiborne Winter. I am 7 years old, and I love UTA.
Yes, this is Gil Simon. I've lived in the Chastain Park neighborhood for 40 years and have seen the tennis center go from being abysmal to almost perfect now. And with the job that's been done by UTA, I think it's reprehensible that a change would even be considered, and especially with the history of Agape being awarded the contract in Macon, and now there's already a petition to remove them, that they have been so bad. All of this has been done under the guise of public interest. Maybe there's money involved. I do not know. All I know is that the job has been done, and why the change would be made at this point in time, in the middle of a pandemic, when they suffered loss of fees and teaching fees, instructor fees. I don't think it's right. So my vote is, and what I'm asking the council, the committee and the council to do, is to keep UTA for the indefinite future. Thank you very much.
Good evening. This is Patricia Jensen, JENSEN, calling, and I'm calling on behalf of the challenge that the City Council is facing relative to making a decision for the management, or the decision for the management company of the City of Atlanta Tennis Centers. I just don't understand it. I think that I humbly think that I'm available or able to make a recommendation based on the fact that I'm the mother of 4 former professional tennis players and an NCAA champion. So I do have multiple years of experience. Our family moved to Atlanta because of the tennis, and we have been able to observe on multiple occasions the many programs that the UTA, Universal Tennis Academy, has created throughout the city for the players in the city. In addition to that, I direct the ball people for the Georgia Tech men's tennis program, and then also direct the ball people and organize the that department for what used to be the BB&T and currently the Truist Atlanta Open. As a result of that, I'm able to see the influence that UTA has on their players
else in to service the community in multiple locations throughout the calendar year. Please do me a favor, call me if you, or permit me to put my ideas and my thoughts to writing. The thing that amazes me is the significant experience of the UTA management. The majority of the equity owners were all scholarship tennis players at some of the best tennis programs in the country, which gives them the experience to run a program, or programs plural, that the world refers to as the tennis capital of the world, that Atlanta tennis and tennis players deserve. I can be reached at 917-468-5777, and thank you for your time and your consideration. I do hope you make the right decision for Atlanta tennis.
Right. That's 2 years old. I've been going to I was 8. One of the best games of my life. I really like you guys have hands as runners of the Atlanta side. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erica Cummings, and I'm an avid tennis player, tennis parent, and also a resident of Chastain Park in Zone 8. My children have participated in UTA's tennis programming at Chastain Park for the past 4 years. I also play there recreationally. I have been so impressed by the professionalism and organization exhibited by UTA staff and coaches, and I'm grateful for the positive role model these tireless young men and women are in my children's lives. Also, I really appreciate their support of Sutton Middle School and North Atlanta High School and their tennis teams, which I think is a valuable outreach to the larger community. UTM have a proven track record of tennis excellence that is an asset to the city of Atlanta. I strongly urge you to keep them in place managing the city's tennis facilities rather than awarding the contract to an organization without a comparable proven track record. Thank you so much for your consideration. Goodbye.
My name is Liz Schultz. I live in the city of Atlanta. I am calling today to tell you that my disappointment in the fact that you have removed UTM from the Chastain and all the other city tennis centers that they are running. They have done an absolutely outstanding job over the last 10 years, and it is unfathomable why this would happen. When somebody has done such an amazing job, they've taken the tennis centers all over the city from horrible in the dumps, nobody wanted to go, to amazing, where our youth, our disabled, our adults are having amazing community interactions and coaching and fun. It is unfathomable why you would choose About Bay, which if you really dig deep, you will find that they are trying, people do not like them, they do not want, they would like to remove them from their bacon where they are. If you look at their social media, it is nothing compared to UTM at all. So I am very much against this, and I know that the city tennis centers will go downhill if you make this change, and that would be a serious shame for what a wonderful city we are trying to become. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Noonan, and I live in Chastain Park. I'm calling regarding the decisions for management of the City of Atlanta's 5 tennis centers, and I'd like to voice my wholehearted support that you retain UTA to manage these sites and do not proceed with Agape Tennis. I've known the folks over at UTA for over 20 years, and they have a long-standing record of providing very high-quality tennis as well as tremendous community outreach. If you look at the changes that have occurred at the City of Atlanta sites from when they took them over, when y'all were getting ready to shut them down, they've turned them into thriving sites in all 5 of the different locations. They have brought to those sites special programming for children, which include education and tennis opportunities at low cost. engaging with ATEP and others to really get into the community and bring programs to children that were never there before. They do wheelchair tennis. They, again, have programs for children with Down syndrome and the like. And this is not just lip service. These are things that this company has done for over 10 years. It's who they are and what they do to get into the community and make a difference. And they provide extremely high quality tennis instruction, whether there is a small child or programming for seniors or whatever it is. If you get out there and you look at what Atlanta is, which is a city that has the highest people per capita in the world that play tennis, the city's tennis facilities should be able to provide programming that matches to that level. UTA has been doing that, and if you really look at the performance of both companies, the financials of both companies that are part of public record, and what they've actually done, there's no question but that UTA is the company that you should proceed with. And I, again, wave my wholehearted support for them. Thank you so much for your consideration.
I'm Mike Massantonio. I'm calling to provide my strong support for management for Universal Tennis Management to continue to be the management provider of tennis programs and services for the 5 City of Atlanta tennis facilities. They've done an excellent job over the years of providing quality tennis programs and services to the Atlanta tennis community. They have maintained the facilities and properties in an excellent manner, which the City of Atlanta officials should not overlook. Selecting another provider based on economic underbidding will most certainly lead to operational risks and end up costing the City of Atlanta and its taxpayers more in the long run due to the potential lack of maintenance of the facilities and the properties due to a new provider seeking to make profit based on an underbidding situation. Not only underbidding situation, but the experience of Universal Tennis Management should be taken into consideration versus the experience of the selected proposed provider. It would be extreme disservice to the Atlanta tennis community if Universal Tennis Management were not to continue managing the 5 City of Atlanta facilities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patty King, and I live between Bitsy Grant and Chastain Tennis Centers, and I've been lucky enough to be able to play on both for the past 12 years, and all 3 of my children have benefited from UTA, their management of the city sites, and I will have to say that it's been a part of a backbone of our community. It not only has my children have learned how to play tennis, but UTA, the coaches have been great mentors to all of my kids and have learned not just tennis, but great life lessons through their teachings. I hate to see them lose the contract. It is, it's just unbearable to think of that they would not be part of our neighborhood anymore. Please reconsider and keep UTA, keep UTM managing the city sites. Thank you.
Hi, this is M.A. Glenn Drew, and I'm calling in support of Universal Tennis Academy. They have built such an incredible program in this city. My kids go there, and I would love to see their momentum continue. Please look at their track record and vote for UTA. I really appreciate your time. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Christy Pettit, and I called 2 weeks ago when before the meeting for the City of Atlanta Tennis Center contract was taking place, and I just wanted to reiterate today how much support UTA has from the community. I hope that you listened to all the messages 2 weeks ago and again today, that you really honor the fact that the community is speaking up in support of, in favor of UTM managing the city sites. They've done an incredible job for the past 11 years, and they have tremendous support in the tennis community and also in the neighborhoods that surround the tennis centers. And we just hope that the City Council is paying attention to the calls and the emails and the tremendous support that they have from the community, and that they really honor the voice of the people on this vote. I live in Jennifer Ides District, and UTM has the full support of the community around it. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Bob Burdell, and I'm a City of Atlanta resident. I live about 400 yards from 50 Grand Tennis Center. I've been there about 18 years, and I wanted to express my feelings and opinions. The first 6 to 8 years living close to 50 Grand was not that great of a facility. It was in disrepair, terrible lighting, terrible customer service, if you will. And then UTA came in, and probably 11 years ago, and things changed for the better. The 50 Grand Tennis Center became a beacon of activity for young kids, for adults, all ages. Growth, vibrant, positive energy location, and for the city to take that away on a whim, it's confounding. I don't understand that the staff with UTA is very professional, well qualified, great mentors for young kids. The group that you guys, from what I understand, are considering is unproven. It doesn't have the staff to go in day one and make this happen. And again, the citizens and all of my neighbors and people around 50 Grand, they do not want to change. They are happy. They're very happy with the service they're getting. I want to add one other thing. I talked to Jesse Wilson of the procurement department and expressed this to him, and he basically said that even though this is a service business and it's a people business, and that's what's being the procurement process. That's what's going to be procured, I guess. There's no metrics for service. He said there was nowhere to put customer service or the satisfaction from the citizens. None of that was being considered, which to me confounds me, considering that's the most important part. It's a people business. But he said there's no metrics to weigh that. So my closing, I would say, why would the city want to change something that's working well that everybody in the neighborhood is happy with, and to do so without any input from the neighborhoods, from the citizens and taxpayers, is, to me, I don't understand it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Shay Pettit. I'm in 8th grade. Hi, I'm Amy Pettit, and I'm in 6th grade. Hi, I'm Peter Pettit, and I'm in 4th grade. And we are City of Atlanta citizens. And we think you should leave UTA. Thank you. Please listen to our voices.
Hello, my name is Laura Graber. I live in Zone 8 near Chastain Park, and I'm calling on in regards to the UTA at Chastain. I just wanted to say that my son has been practicing out of Chastain since he was a small child. He's now 13, and he's in a high-performance tennis group thanks to the incredible tennis pros out there who have developed his game and have been just amazing through all these years. And we are huge supporters of UTA Chastain and would do anything to try to help keep it intact. We love all our coaches. They've just really developed our son into a great tennis player, and he now, since the spring, has had nowhere to practice. It's been a combination of what's going on with UTA and COVID.
But we really, when things start to reopen, hope that Chastain UTA will stay intact. Thank you so much. I appreciate your taking the time to listen. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Peter Pettit, and I'm a City of Atlanta resident. I called before, but I wanted to call again about UTA and the 5 City of Atlanta tennis facilities. And just want to call in support of UTA, their wonderful program. All 3 of my kids are participants in the program and have benefited greatly from it. I think it's wonderful for tennis, also wonderful for the communities in which they serve. And so I would ask that City of Atlanta, please keep them where they are and know that it's good for the community. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Alan Graber. I reside in Zone 8 by Chastain Park. I was calling to leave a brief message in support of UTA and UTR. My son is in 7th grade and is taking a Chastain through the program. I'm a former competitive tennis player myself, and I greatly appreciate the coaching, physical, and mental development that they've done. Outstanding program. Really, really hope that they can be left in place, at least some of these centers around Atlanta. They do an excellent job. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is Richard Willett, and I was calling regarding the City of Atlanta tennis bid for the public facilities. And I just wanted to recommend UTA. They've done a fantastic job growing tennis exponentially at Bitsy Grant, Piedmont, Washington Park, McGee, and Chastain with juniors and adult programs, plus a volunteer program for children underserved called Dream Maker. They sponsor that every other week. And I would highly recommend UTA being able to continue serving Atlanta for the coming years. All right, thanks very much. Good luck.
Hello, my name is Sandra, Sandra, Arciniegas, Arciniegas, and I reside in Buckhead, and I usually play tennis at either Chastain Park or Bitsy Grant, and I'm calling to support UTA in managing these facilities. They do a great job. I take lessons with several of their professionals, and as far as I know, they've done everything and they've met every requirement to continue to manage the courts. And I want to have them back. I want to support them. And from what I've heard from neighbors, the previous people that were there before them didn't do a very good job. So why change something that works? Why change something that the community likes? And in the meantime, the parks are closed. We try to play tennis on Sunday, and the courts are closed. This makes no sense. Why is the city doing this to the residents during this time of pandemic? Please bring UTA back, and please open up the courts. We need exercise and recreation during this time. I support UTA. Please bring them back. Thank you.
Hi, I am Cindy Kakowitz, and I'm calling with a strong recommendation for the City of Atlanta to retain UTM and UTA management. They are proven, they are professional, they are strong and viable, and they provide quality service to the most players of all ages for the City of Atlanta. The other vendor is unproven, small. Whatever they are saying about their capabilities, I just ask the City Council to really do their due diligence and to make sure that you see the facts of the RFP before you make that recommendation. My experience has been first class, both with my kids playing at UTM, various facilities, Piedmont, Chastain, Bitsy Grant, also in other facilities across the city, that they are professional, that they have quality finances, that they can sustain this pandemic. My experience at the DeKalb Tennis Center with the other vendor is that the center is very easy to get courts. That's the place that I call, the reserve courts, because I know they're not very full. And many times I can barely get a phone call to be returned from that center. I just ask that you would do your due diligence on the capability, quality, and ability for a very small agency like that to scale like UTM. If they're providing you with a short-term financial incentive to give a little bit higher percentage of the cost of courts, be skeptical of that, because it's not a percentage, it's about total volume, and it's also about quality for citizens of Atlanta. So please retain UTM and UTA. They're proven, they're professional, they're diverse, they're providing quality services for the most citizens across all of Atlanta, and are able to sustain all those centers, whereas I'm skeptical of the ability of a small, unproven agency that may or may not have access to capital, that hasn't really demonstrated a track record at the DeKalb Tennis Center and other venues. So please do your due diligence and don't just take the recommendation of the vendor. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Julie Bassett. I live at 3071 Rockingham Drive in the city of Atlanta, and I am calling to voice my support for retaining UTA and UTM as the group in charge of managing the city of Atlanta tennis courts. I've been playing tennis for about 20 years now, and most of that time has been out of Bitsy Grant and other city of Atlanta courts, both before and after UTA and UTM took over the management of those courts. And we all know what a tremendous job they have done in bringing the physical facilities making vast improvements to the physical facilities, expanding the program itself and the number of tennis players who use the facilities, and developing a very diverse and growing tennis community, which has always been valued in the city of Atlanta. I personally cannot understand the decision to turn over management of the court with a very long-term contract, in particular, to someone who has so little experience and such a lack of a proven track record as UTA and UTM have. And I really question the value of such a decision as a city of Atlanta taxpayer. Again, I strongly support what the UTM management team has done at all of these courts. I believe that they have cities and the tennis community's best interests at heart in the way that they have managed the facilities, and would continue to grow the tennis programming both within throughout the city of Atlanta in a wide array and diverse community of tennis players. So if you have any questions, I am at 404-822-5129, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my opinion. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joan Martin, and I'm calling in reference to the city's decision regarding Bitsy Grant Tennis Center and who will manage that property for the city over the next 10 years. And I have been playing at Bitsy for over 10 years and have been very pleased with UTM as the management team there. The employees are efficient, friendly, keep things in good shape, and overall have done a great job, as so have the pros who are available to people who play there. So I don't know why the city feels the need to change the management at Bitsy when things are going so well, and the management team, I would also like to say, has worked well with the nonprofit arm of Bitsy Grant, the Friends of Bitsy Grant, on doing fundraising and making improvements to the property. I'm not sure that a new management team would be in a position to do that. So I just want to express my vote in favor of UTM management at Bitsy Grant. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Bussert. I've been playing at Bitsy Grant Tennis Center for 30 years. I have seen the facility run by the city in the past as well as UTM. I believe UTM has done a great job in running and maintaining this facility. They have made it accessible to all levels and ages. I'm a senior player, and there are lots of opportunities for me to be able to participate. Bitsy Grant has been recognized as one of the top clay court facilities in the United States and has received praise from USTA National for its efforts in running that facility. I hope that the committee will consider all factors in connection with the bid process, including the ability of the respective parties to manage effectively 6 sites around the city. I know that there are great concerns about the other entity, Agape, and what they've done at the Cab Tennis Center, the decrease in revenues, the decrease in the level of facilities, what's going on with them in Macon, the fact that there's a petition drive to remove them from operating the Macon city facilities. I'm particularly concerned about the status of the Bitsy Grant clay courts. The city of Atlanta is currently trying to maintain that facility. They do not have the experience or equipment to be able to do that. The courts are rapidly deteriorating. There are bald spots on the courts, which makes them very dangerous to play on. I would hate to see the city lose the benefit of a 6-figure investment. And I have to say, I don't quite understand the logic of removing UTM, who was maintaining those courts, for the city to take over when the city does not have the ability to maintain those courts. Thank you very much for considering my comments.
All right, colleagues, that is the end of public comment, and that takes us to our final item, which is item number 36. Ms. Pouladini, will you read in the caption?
Yes, Mr. Chair, 20-R-4214, a resolution by Community Development Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into an agreement with blank for RFP-S-1200138 Tennis Centers management, maintenance, and capital improvements on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation and for other purposes.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to make a motion at this time to enter into executive session to discuss potential litigation. Is there a second?
Second, Smith.
A motion by Westmoreland, a second by Smith. Please open that vote.
One moment, please.
Chairman Westmoreland, this is Amir Farouk. I'm not logged in right now. You could count my vote in the affirmative.
I will do that. Thank you.
This is Councilmember Bond. Oh, never.
Councilmember Shepherd is a yay also.
Okay, so we got Faroki and Shepherd are voice votes in the affirmative.
Oh, they're not ready anyway. They're not quite there yet. I caught up. I am, excuse me, Chair Westmoreland.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Alicia Frazier in the Law Department. I'm opening up the line in a couple of minutes. Just
okay.
Give me a moment. Okay.
Ms. Pouladini, how are we doing on the...
One moment, please. We're just having
okay.
a technical issue. Sorry for the delay.
No, it's okay.
6-digit conference code.
All right. So I made the motion. Ms. Smith seconded. Ms. Shepard is voting in the affirmative. So is Mr. Ferroki. Mr. Brown, I do not believe he is with us.
Please enter your 6-digit conference code.
All right. Which means that is 6 yeas, 0 nays to move into executive session. Colleague, you have the login information at your disposal, and I will see you over in executive session in a second. Thank you.
I don't have a question. I just want to see if I'm still on. Let's see.
You are still on.
Yes, thanks.
There you go. Okay.
Who are we waiting on?
We're about to find out. I will make a motion. No, it's okay. I'll make a motion to move out of executive session.
Second, Smith.
Motion by Westmoreland, a second by Smith.
One moment, please. Vote is open.
All right. I believe Mr. Brown is still not with us. So the vote is 6 yeas, 0 nays. We have now moved out of executive session. We have a item before us, though, Ms. Pugliini, I believe you read in at my request the original caption and not the one of the substitute. Will you need a motion to bring forward the substitute?
Yes, please, and then I will read in the caption at that time.
Okay, I will make that motion. Is there a second?
Second, Smith.
A motion by Westmoreland, second by Smith.
Vote is open.
Six yeas, 0 nays. The substitute is before us. Will you read in the new caption, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, a substitute resolution by Community Development and Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into an agreement with Agape Tennis Academy, LLC for RFP-S 1200138 Tennis Centers Management, Maintenance, and Capital Improvements on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation and for other purposes.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Mr. Bond, do you still have a question that you would like to ask?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask our city attorneys if they could just explain to us what the facts are surrounding how we got here. As I listened to the public comment today and a couple of weeks ago, there seemed to be some fundamental understandings as to why this contract had to be rebid, what our procedures are. So I'd just like the law department to explain just the facts of how we got to this point to consider this legislation.
Okay, this is Nina Hickson, city attorney. The solicitation has a long history. This is the third attempt at completing this tennis center management, the maintenance and capital improvement contract. The contract itself expired some time ago, and there have been 2 extensions. However, the extensions were not, we are not allowed by law to extend this any further. So in order for there to be services provided at our tennis facilities, there had to be a solicitation of vendors to provide proposals. Procurement is a process that's required via state law as well as city codes. There has to be some kind of competitive process. It's not a matter where the city had the option to just continue to extend the contract with the current vendor. There had to be a procurement process where qualified entities were able to provide proposals in response to the request for proposals, and then those proposals are evaluated. Additionally, under state law, when we go through the process of issuing an RFP and doing the evaluation, there's what's called a blackout period meaning that there is not to be any communication about the particular matter, whether it's with the proposers. Proposers are supposed to be limited in their contact to only the Department of Procurement. It also impacts what information can be shared with the public during that time. And so to the extent that there has not been any information shared, that is what is appropriate by state law as we go through a procurement process. There also, quite frankly, is a provision in there which says that there is not to be any campaigning or lobbying or advocacy prior to the award of the contract by the vendors who have attempted to respond to the RFP. And so in sum, we are at this point because the contract has expired. There's no room for extension. State law and city code requires that there be a procurement process in which other entities are allowed, or qualified entities are allowed to prepare and respond to the request for proposals. There's an evaluation process which is led by the procurement department. There is a blackout period which limits the information that is to be disclosed during that time, and the information does not become available until such time as an award has been made and a contract entered. Council member, if there are any other questions, let me know.
Just one quick follow-up, Madam City Attorney, and thank you for that very thorough explanation. So our options today are either to approve what procurement has sent to us in the form of legislation, or either deny it, or to pass it on with no recommendation for consideration by the full body of the Atlanta City Council at its next meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct. Those are the options that are before you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Smith here. I'll make a motion to move forward without recommendation.
So motion by Smith to move forward with no recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Bond.
One moment, please. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Archibald? Ms. Archibald, are you there?
Yeah, I'll abstain.
Okay. In that case, I believe the vote is closed, but I need it to populate on my screen before I can tell us what the results are.
One moment, please, just to... Oh, the vote just came up.
Okay. There are 3 yeas, 0 nays, and 2... Wait. Hold on. That would be 3 yeas and 3 yeses and 3 abstentions. Is that accurate that the motion does not carry? Or is 3-0-3?
It's 3-0, so the paper has moved forward with no recommendation.
That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you much. That concludes our legislative items. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Ferocki.
Moved by Ferocki. Second by Smith. All in favor, say aye. We are adjourned.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all.
Good job.